Starting in 3, 2, 1. Welcome back. We're going to be continuing exactly where we left off. I did manage to throw on a Cobblestone Generator on top of the iron creator thing. Iron washer, I guess. It does work okay. It leaks a little bit, but it's otherwise fine. As for what we actually need to get done, we need to get the creation of a, what was it called? I think it's called a precision mechanism. Now that shouldn't be too hard to do, it just requires a little bit of work. But we also need to get a few other things done. Foundry, brass creation, that sort of thing. Nothing too major, pretty simple. We also need to work on getting the devices required to actually make the things. See, it takes effort to make these. Okay. Where were we? Just gonna let it load a bit. Alright. So as you can see, Cobblestone Generator sort of works. It's not amazing, but it does work, for the most part. It's a little leaky, but otherwise it's just fine. I think it's like every other cobblestone gets yeeted out into space, but because of the speed at which this actually does its work, it's not that big of a deal. Jeez, that's a lot of flint. Okay, so we're gonna have to work on making the various devices. I did a little experimentation. We should be able to throw together the charger pretty quickly. Not without much issue either. The main thing we have to do is just, you know, build up the area. So we're probably going to be doing that for a little bit. Now that being said, it ain't perfect, so we're going to have to do a little bit of futzing to make it work, but for the most part I think we'll be fine. Especially with a little bit of experimentation, we should be able to get there without much issue. Now we're gonna need a few spouts. At least 4. Maybe more, depending on how the mechanics of the spout sequenced assembly works. If we can just use 1 spout per step, we should be able to make a total of 4 spouts, and that should be enough. It won't be too hard to do, but it will be necessary to do. We have our rubber fully automated, so that won't be a problem. We have our collection of kinetic mechanisms pretty well situated, so we should be able to make the machinery needed without issue. The main problem is the hopper. And that thing is going to require some effort. On top of that, we're also going to require the volatile skystone thing to be fully functional. Hello, Void Region. How you doing? Just kind of verbally going through all the steps I'm going to have to go through to get this creation done. I did throw together a semi-functional cobblestone generator. It leaks, but, you know, so be it. I did try to get watch time working, but unfortunately, Nightbot doesn't keep track of that, so I couldn't really find a good way of doing it before the stream. My apologies. How are you doing? I played as soon as I said my lord. Perfect timing. Need that rubber. Thing needs a little more cooking. How you doing? Good, I hope? Alright, that'll help a lot. If we go... You're doing good? Good to hear. So we're gonna need a few things. These things are gonna be a little obnoxious, but we're gonna need them regardless. We're going to need some way of milling a skystone block repeatedly. And constantly. A few coughing problems? That is unfortunate. You have my condolences, friend. Hopefully it clears up, you know? Lord knows everybody's having coughing problems nowadays. Well, with spring coming in. Clear out a little bit more of the grass. So I'm thinking we're gonna build our little factory right here. Just on this plow of land. We don't need a huge amount of space, just enough space to produce the various motions we need. But we should be pretty well set. Okay. Where did I put my devices? I think I put them... Yeah, I put them here. Charger, magnetic dynamo. Algae plus asthma equals suffer... Oh god, yeah. I imagine so. That does not sound like a pleasant time. Hopefully it clears up sooner rather than later, right? I do not have a way to designate the spot that we're using. Ah, well. Something like this. So we're gonna need a few things to make this work. Unfortunately. Let's see. So we're going to require a 3x3 area at the very least to make the skystone block thing function properly. We're gonna need water, which we're gonna build the supply afterwards, because we can pretty easily weave a pipe through it without much issue, you know. Clear a little more land. Okay. So we're gonna need a millstone as well. That millstone will allow us to actually grind up the thing pretty effectively. I really need to finish up this structure. Need that cooked so we can actually make the device we need. By all means, I am all ears. Throw that there. What are you thinking? We need a millstone. At the very least, I know for a fact that we need this. Yeah. That shouldn't be too hard to build. We need a little bit of wood, which we can chisel out of this. A millstone, which requires some parts, but otherwise, you know, functional. Doable. Kind of an in-game option, but the opposite, where you're challenged to do something rather than not to do it. And that would be pretty easy to implement, yeah. Sure, why not? Why not? Let me just... I go here. Manage rewards and challenges. Nope. I think I'll have to consider, like, how much that'll be worth is the thing. So I'll make sure to do that after the stream. So I'll be ready for X-Anima. Thank you for the suggestion, friend. I must admit, I am a little, I don't know what to call it. It's not tired, it's not sleepy. It's more like I've just eaten, so I'm still getting the blood sugar going through my body. It may take a little bit of time for me to actually get fully up to speed again. We should set this down over here. That way we can easily make use of the sawmills for this. That is a pretty good idea. Come on. You can do it, game. Almost there. And one more. There we go. So we need cogwheels and we need a millstone. Something to work with. 3 andesite is all we need. Throw that there, throw a millstone together. There we go. We're gonna need a millstone. This will allow us to actually make the things run. Millstone can sit here. We're going to need a funnel. And we're going to need some shafts. Yeah, the design of this factory is not going to be too clean, but it'll be functional. And that's all that we really need, right? If we were to put this one higher, that might make it a little more functional. Because then we could have it just pipe directly, not pipe, place directly into it. We're gonna need a belt there, or we could do the andesite funnel thing where it's just straight across. No? Okay then. Because I could have sworn I could extend it, but okay, sure. Something like this. Not like that. We need to get a little bit of extension there. And then, like, this. And that'll allow us to do the whole rotational thing there. It's not perfect. It could probably be a lot tighter, but it is functional. We'll go with that. The reason I thought of this is I'm running out of ideas of things I can ban. Fair enough. It has to be on a belt for it to do the extend snoot. Good to know. Sure, we can do that. Why not? Impose challenge. There we go. That's nice, buddy. There we go. One skeleton down. Yeah, there's a few things that can be banned in Minecraft, but it kind of depends on how in-depth your knowledge is of the mods that I'm using. Because there's quite a few things that you haven't banned yet that you absolutely could. Okay, so we need some way of getting some rotational force into this. And the main question is how. But it forgot what it was. Ban in-game action. Playing the game. Go. We still need to throw together a gearbox. I think is probably going to be the best bet here. Although I have no idea how that's going to work. So if it rotates like this, this will rotate the wrong way. And it'll also rotate the wrong way. But this would transfer into this, which would be the right way. So we could have the transfer... The transfer would work fine between these two. What else could we do? I guess we could do... Yeah, we should probably set in that gearbox, but... This is gonna suck. Okay. So if we put a gearbox here. Actually, here. This will rotate like this, and then it'll spin up like this. But if we were to throw a gear shift in here, that would allow us to spin it like this. Which would allow us to get the right rotation, so we can set up a, or not a gearbox, a gear shift. Yeah, gearbox would also work, but then it would conflict and it would cause some problems. Gear shift. There we go. Because goddamn it. It's gotta be compact as hell. The Infinigrind. How are we gonna reach this, though? That's the question. I guess we could throw... Okay, so if we did the gearbox here, like this. Then put another gearbox here. This. Translating into this. I think that would be right. Yep. Hand crank, so we can get an idea of what the hell is going on here. We're gonna need some way of getting the power here as well. Since I was still using the old method of doing this back then, I'm probably gonna be able to get a, yeah, large gear in. I guess large cog in. There we go. Sadly, we don't have any metal gears, but... so be it. Such is life. So if we bring the power all the way over this way... I think... Yeah, that's about right. Gonna need a new shovel, but thankfully we can always use iron now, because we have such a vast wealth of iron. We need not worry. What, no sticks? Okay. Oh, that's unfortunate. So we can make more. Alright. That should do it. If it's moving counterclockwise... Oh yeah, I need to... that doesn't work then. So we need a redstone signal on that gear shift. I'm going straight into the trying to figure things out phase. I apologize if I go quiet. Because this is a lot of weird shenanigans that we're going to have to deal with here. Okay, so that does work. That does make it so it spins the right way. The main question is, how do we get this to spin the right way? I guess a pair of gears? Yeah, because that would reverse rotation, so that would make it so it spins the proper way. That does raise the question of how we're going to get that going, though. Oh, right, andesite. Almost forgot. Actually, I did forget, so, yeah. There we go. Okay, so that does work. Not sure how the hell we're gonna get that to spin, but okay. We can figure that out when we get there. We got the conveyor system functioning, and that's what matters. Next step, getting the power here. We need the power. We can do it from here. That'll give us enough space to get those cogwheels a-turning. If we get in the right direction, then it'll make it even better. So I need 2 gearboxes. That can be arranged. Gearboxes should be able to be built up and spun pretty easily. We throw together some cogs. Yeah, I did do quite a bit of background work. It was surprisingly hard actually slapping on a the device I needed on top of the grinder. I don't know why it was that hard, but it just frickin' was. It's really weird. It took me like an hour or 2 to actually figure out how to make a cobblestone generator that worked. Eventually it was done, but it took me frickin' forever. And I don't know why. I'm a little concerned for my knowledge of Minecraft. You'd think I know how to do that, but apparently not. Spinning the wrong direction. Okay, we need a gear shift then. Okay, well, we can arrange that. I'm thinking we might want to consider making tram lines to specific important areas. Because if we can set that up, then we can do some wild shenanigans. Ideally, what we'd do is we'd find, like, I don't know, let's say, end portal, and we need to get a way there easily. What we could do is we could set up a tram line all the way there by creating a long line of rails, which then terminate at that point and allow us to turn the ship around, basically. It would be a really cool build idea, and it would give me something to do in the background. Something large to work on. Plus, it would also really frickin' stretch my create muscles. Trying to figure out how to make that thing work. Because boy howdy, would it take a lot of effort to actually make that function. Some extra rotationals. I need a gearbox to spin that the right way around. And we can start spinning it. Give it a nice little twirl. An oak drawer. Which we can throw on top of a plank at the moment, just to like give us something to work with here. Okay. Next step, gearbox. That way we can actually spin the millstone efficiently, or at least space efficiently, relatively speaking. Space efficiently for me, because Lord knows I make a lot of really big machines that need bulky space. I don't know why. Go together a gearbox. Make it vertical. That way we get a nice... There we go. You don't need a very large quantity to start with. We can pretty easily just leave it to go, you know? There we go. I'll grind stuff up steadily. Milling at a expected rate. May want to kick up the speed at some point. How long does this take? Okay, then we might need to run that a little bit faster. Noted. That can be arranged, I think. I know exactly how to do that. Chain drives. Oh wow, this takes a long time. Jeez. That is a long grind time. But at the very least, we got a guarantee that it'll work. Chain drives! Chain drives are funky little things. We should be able to make them, though. Encased and adjustable. So we need a adjustable chain drive. This can be arranged. And we need a standard chain drive. This can be done pretty easily. Redstone and a large cog. Okay, then. A large cogwheel, that way we can actually change it. We only need one. We need a couple redstone to make this work. Or just one. We're experimenting. Okay, so we do actually want it to be here. Case chain drive. Adjustable chain gear shift. No, we want it to be at the source. We want it to be here. Then we throw on a lever so that it can actually be done. Yeah. I'll grind a little faster. Fortunately, only a little. Why aren't you picking stuff up? Oh, it's because you have a redstone signal. Okay, we're gonna have to shift this then. There we go. And an andesite funnel so we can start collecting. And there we go. It should start collecting. Yeah! It's not the fastest. It's not nearly fast enough, honestly, but we're just gonna have to work with... Hold on, we can do this a little weirdly, can't we? What if we were to... Well, hello, Dr. Pudum. How you doing? Welcome, welcome. I'm glad to have you. I'm doing a little bit of experimentation with chain drives to try to make it so these things work better. Right now I'm trying to get this to speed up a lot more so we can get a lot more voidstone, or not voidstone, skystone dust. Because we're going to need a lot of it in order to make our various machines work. That being said, my knowledge on chain drives is very limited. So I'm kind of experimenting actively. I did throw on a Cobblestone Generator on the top of our grinder. But as you can see, it's a little leaky. It tries its best, though. And we get a lot of, you know, iron out of it, regardless of how leaky it is. I gotta admit, chain drives are interesting. They certainly seem like they could be of great use. It's just a question of how the hell do I use them. So I can... I can shift up if I do this. But... doing this is a little dangerous. Hey, yeah, those don't connect. What if I were to do this? And set up an adjustable chain gear shift here. And then go right back down. Could I speed up the... Could I quadruple its speed? That's what I'm curious about. If I could quadruple its speed, that would allow me to get a lot more oomph out of that. But I'd also have to... Keep in mind, this is all for like one part of multiple machines. We're gonna have to do quite a few parts to this, so... This is all about trying to like make things work here. And because it's over top of it, now we can use a mechanical belt to maintain rotational speed. Or not speed, direction. There we go. Alright. Ow. Throw on the belt. Yeah, that works pretty well, actually. Yeah, that works. If we need to, we can always set it to a minimal speed, but I'd consider that Skystone automated. Now for the rest of the for the rest of the factory. See, we're trying to make a very specific component. We're trying to make an Electron Tube. This thing. Electron Tube requires a little bit of iron poured into a tube, go figure. On top, basically make that tube with the polished rose quartz and some iron. This rose quartz is created by mixing pure crystal and some destabilized redstone, or if we want, polishing it up with sandpaper. Not exactly the best, but it works. It would actually probably work a... well, no, we still have to make the rose crystal, which requires way more redstone. These are made by the spouts. We're gonna have to make those, but that shouldn't be too hard to do. And destabilized redstone. You can make destabilized redstone by melting down redstone, but there's a way better way of doing it. Mixing a charged quartz with a volatile sky solution. Charged quartz we can make now that we have a charger. Volatile sky solution is produced by Nawaddle. I have no idea what Nawaddle is. But you can make it with skystone dust and some water. That's the basic gist of what we're trying to do here. Right now we're just trying to automate the creation of the volatile sky. I have no idea what the hell Nawaddle is. But it's certainly something. Making red tubes, exactly. Or making fancy tubes that allow you to bend electron rays. Or something. And right now, we've got our grinder automated, so we can count that as done. Sounds like a Monster Hunter creature. You're not wrong, honestly. Hello, Scavtoons. How you doing? Welcome, welcome. I would like to do Monster Hunter Rise's DLC at some point, but I don't know when I do that, because I'm doing Exanimus tomorrow. I guess we could do it with, when we normally do Amazing Cultivation Simulator. That'd be something. Right, so. Here's the Tunes of Scabs, indeed. How you doing? Skystone Mixer. Dissolving the strange reactive powder in water creates a fun and useful liquid. Fun is one tool, or one name for it. Pretty good? Good. Good to hear. So we're gonna need a hose pulley. Primarily just to pull some water out of the river. There's not really much to it. It's mostly just collecting that. That does mean, however, we're going to need to make a basic casing. A copper casing. Not fur. 16 cured rubber, that way we can actually make it. And yeah. Welcome to Create Above and Beyond again. Right now we're just trying to fully automate the creation of precision mechanisms. At the moment, we're not quite there. We do have all the required infrastructure to make it work, but it's a matter of actually making it, you know? Proper mechanisms. There we go. Oh, I should probably... Yeah, I should probably use the bed real quick. I would like to try to make a tram system at some point to points of interest. I don't know how the hell we'll make that work, but we could. I know we can do it. Mostly because we've seen how minecarts work. It's not exactly like it's a mystery to us how we make tram systems. They are pretty rad, yes. I agree with you. The main problem is actually making the tunnels that we would make them with. Because, yeah, we can do it pretty easily, actually. It just requires... Public transportation is incredibly based. The main problem is actually doing the infrastructure required, because we have to dig out a lot of tunnels in order to make it work. Thankfully, we don't actually have to put in the effort of actually maintaining it. Alright, this should do. Wrong side. Set that there. There we go. Okay then. God damn it. Like this then? Yeah, like that. That'll give us access to the glorious, glorious infinite water supply that is the river. Or at least semi-infinite. If it isn't, then we'll just empty the river and steal the fish's living space. Shouldn't be too hard to do. We do need a hand crank on that, though, so that we can actually crank it down to the point where it actually hits the bottom. Because we don't actually need all that much force in it. Okay, straight over this way. And there we go. There we go. Believe it or not, this works. Okay, next step. We need a pump pulling all this water out into a collection basin, I guess. I don't know what to call it. Either way, we need some way of actually collecting the liquid. That means pipes. Many pipes. Pipes on pipes. The nozzle TM. For industrial spillage accidents, you need the nozzle. Able to handle literal oceans of water. Or lava, for that matter. Copper sheets, makes a fluid pipe. There we go. Plenty of fluid pipes. I don't think we're going to need that much in the way of... Or honey. Yeah, you could also make it out of honey. If you were some monster. Alright, line it up. Alright, so around this block. How could you do that to those hardworking bees? Which we are. Fair point. That is a very fair point. I really need to give this an actual wall and then replant everything. How are we going to put this? So we need a mechanical pump. How far can these things pull? How hard can they pull? Okay. Yes. I get it. Now pulling the fluids. Alright. Throughput, regardless of speed, effect pipes connected up to 16 blocks away. There we go. Just finished this pack to get today? Nice! Glad to hear it, Ripster Dandy. Also, hello, Ripster Dandy. How you doing? Welcome, welcome. I'm Axel, a YouTuber. I mostly just hang out with chat and play video games. How hard do you want is the only acceptable answer. Dear God. Doing good? Good. Okay. So 16 blocks away. That means we can put it middle of the pipe, give or take. We're currently working on the second step, so we're, you know, making the creation of redstone fluid at the moment. It's gonna take a little bit of effort. No kidding. But it should be fairly easy, I hope. I'm going to try to keep the lines more or less separate until they actually have to merge. Once they do have to merge, then we merge the lines up together and make the thing. A schematic of my setup. While I appreciate it, I'm going to say no because I want to see if I can do it myself, you know? While I do greatly appreciate it, I'd like to see if I can actually pull this off without any assistance. When it comes to schematics and all that. You see, I want to see if my brain is able to pull off the sheer amount of processing power required to make this work. Without frying itself. Like a overworked CPU. Pass this over top, because we don't need to really care about this belt. It just exists. Okay, so I'm thinking we can put a hopper underneath this to put it into a basin. This basin will then, I do have a question. Can you get basins to output directly into other basins? I can test it real quick. I'm just curious. Because if so, why not just have it automatically dump it out into another basin, you know? There's nothing else that we really need the volatile sky solution for right now, so... You can't directly... Okay, fair enough. Volatile sky... What are you used for? Hepatizin. Making an ender chest. Making Nawaddle planks. Making shinies. And making destabilized redstone. Not that you know of. That's fair enough. I'm gonna test it anyways. I'm just, you know, double checking, making sure. It looks like it can output items directly, but it doesn't look like liquids do. Liquid! Items, yes. Liquids, no. And liquids is the one that we were looking for, so. Technically, yes. Importantly, no, you were not wrong. On the stuff that we actually cared about, you were absolutely correct. Alright, so let's throw together a... What would you want to do that with? Because I can't think of anything that you'd really care to dump items directly into a new processing vat, would you? I guess you could use it as like a catchment bin. Yeah, I'm sorry, Void Region, I couldn't find a way to get that to work. I did my best, but my best was not quite enough, unfortunately. It is what it is. My apologies. Yeah, unfortunately Nightbot doesn't keep track of how long people have been watching. So, I can't actually do a watch time command. I need more copper. We need more copper. Let's grind this copper up and prepare an expedition. See, I don't know if you made this, Rivster Dandy, but I made a chunk nibbler. A device that is solely designed to extract solid quantities of debris. Stuff, if you will. Which we use to ride down into the depths of the earth whenever we need to do a resource run. Mostly so that we get a little bit of extra material every single time. Is the debris ancient? Tragically, no. I introduce you to the chunk elevator. Or the chunk nibbler, or whatever you want to call it. It's a pretty basic setup. It's a platform with drills attached to it. It goes down until it's bedrock, and then it goes back up. It is the most jury-rigged thing I've seen, but just made a coin farm and imported most of the stuff we need. Fair enough. I'm trying to avoid using coinage too often. Huh. Random cave. Then I'm also not at the level where I can actually get trading machines. That's copper. Not copper, that's coal. There should be some copper on this wall here. No, you're gonna want to use coins? I could. But where's the fun in that? When we can just chisel out gigantic chunks of the world. Cobalt ingenuity. Exactly, Dr. Pudim. It's like those cobalt hand grenades. They're basically just pots of bees. Truly glorious. Remember there was some copper here. I guess not. I guess it was that wall. You can buy a tray machine for 30 silver. I see. Very fancy. Hey, if you guys wanted to use that, you're always welcome to. I'm not gonna tell you how to enjoy your mod pack, right? You see, Pun Pun. If we make a gigantic machine that just eats the world, then we get all the resources from the world when it comes back up. It's genius. This is not the right way. We need to go this way. Mostly because, I don't know, the tray machine seems kinda... It's a good idea, and I can see why it exists, but I don't really want to tap into resources that way. It's a lot of, It feels like I could cheese that pretty quickly, you know? Let's see, if we go back up here. Yeah, it's... the Cobblestone Generator is a bit leaky. Plus, it gives me more things that I can, you know, work on to try to improve our lot in life. Pull up the ore machine. Excellent. I do want to get this super glue container made infinite, though. Still took us a good 2 months. Dear God, that's a lot of time. Frickin' dedicated, aren't you? We should probably rest away the night. I'm curious how long it took you guys to actually program the space machine. I must admit, that seems like it'd be a pretty hefty process. Let's see. So yeah, we just gather raw resources pretty easily. Yeah, the space machine. Took you a day, dear God. That is an extensive bit of work there. This is our stop. Gib copper. Oh, no, wait, ow. That was dumb of me. Ah, well, it happens. We shall make do. There we go. Right back up here. Yeah, Pudim, there is a extra part. Oh, you can actually stand on this if you crouch. There's an extra part right before going to space. You have to program the computer. Because it took us 2 months, I recommend the trading. Well, I do a little bit of background work on this. Not a lot. Like, oh, I'm just gonna optimize this machine. I'm gonna make this thing a little more functional. That sort of thing. Not with open computers. It's a random seed that you have to do. Basically, you have to feed it items in a specific order based on your game seed. We need to choose a different path to get back up. I'm curious what spot took up the... No, that's alchemy. Okay, then. I thought it was... Yeah, liquefied logic that you had to deal with. That you can then turn into various things. Or silicon. Oh, God. No. That's gonna be a pain, isn't it? That's just math. I see. It's mathematical is what it is. Ah, yes, liquid knowledge. It's not quite as ridiculous as chromatic substances. Cognito essentia. Take a singularity, mix it up with a little bit of dye, to create drop one singularity when under dust and cause an explosion. I don't think that's a thing in this one. Take a quantum entangled singularity, add a little bit of dye to it, you know, press it in, and then grind it. Alternatively, if I remember correctly, you can also do some other stuff with it. Oh, you can make chromatic waste from Enderman stuff. Huh. So you can use this to shift down the color to the right color that you want. And then make chromatic compounds. Yeah. But yeah, I intend to do this for a while, so don't worry about that, Rivster. After all, I need to find another challenge pack to do, and I'm gonna need some time to do that. Throw that in there. Lead dust is... eh. I do intend to try to automate pretty much every process that I come across. So I'm not doing it by hand. That should help save me a little bit of time, I hope. At least a little. we go. Fill that up with a lot of copper so we can make the pipes. We're gonna need a pipe pump to make a connection going down into a new basin, which will result in our charge quartz spinner thing. I don't know what to call it. There is also a few other things that I need to get done here. There we go. Keep in mind, this is all for just the frickin' redstone fluid. There we go. We have a connection. And so we need to find 16 blocks. Actually, we'll count this one in two. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. So we stopped being small brains alone. We almost lost the colony 3 times alone today, but we're all alive. I see. Also, hello, Dark Angel. How you doing? Welcome, welcome. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. There we go. So we're going to need 3 pumps total. Okay, that can be arranged. We're going to have to make this work, but I think we can do it. There we go. So we're going to need a cog here. We're going to need some cogs everywhere for that matter. There we go. How are we going to do this? We could draw power off of these chain drives. That would help increase the throughput pretty easily, but I don't really care about the throughput, so we should be fine anyways. Grab some shafts. Definitely want some more belts and some more cogs. A few parts, you know? A few bits and bobs. Anything particularly interesting occur during Gingerweb's RimWorld, if I might ask? Up here. Here. Throw a cog down here. Not quite there. God damn it. Alright. Yeah, this'll do. Yoink that. Grab a belt. And give it some spin. Just massive infestations one after another. Oh, that's fun. I want this to go the other way, so we're not gonna rely on these. We're gonna rely on belts. That's interesting. Destroyed almost everything. Oh, Lord. That is unfortunate. Well, I'm sure she can handle it. She seems pretty skilled, so I doubt she had too much of an issue. Get this here, get this here. Yeah, there we go. Now we got a proper belt going. We can basically carry the power, not power. Yeah, the power along pretty easily. Go. Keep the alignment correct. There we go. Straight across. Excellent. We got some proper rotation going. Quite a bit of it, too. To be quite honest. I think we need a gearbox for this. Just to get the turnaround. It's a little wonky having it just be like two things on top of each other just to provide the pumping required. Oh yeah, Riverster, if you don't mind me asking, did you guys ever figure out like pipes? Because I don't honestly know anything about that, and I really don't know how to even figure out that. I don't know where its documentation is. I'd love to be able to use pipes, don't get me wrong, but like, what the hell do I even do with these things? There's some interesting devices in there. There's a pipe pressurizer, there's a bunch of different pipes available for you to use. But I might have to make use of that quite a bit in order to make it work properly. Because we're going to have a good way of moving around a bunch of resources. You know, thinking on it, Dark Angel, the Gingerweb colony, do they have the Insects Expanded mod in? And if so, what kind of insects attacked? Because I'm kind of curious. I know that the vanilla expanded insects can be pretty frickin' vicious. Dunno? Fair enough. If you didn't see Gigalocust, you're probably not using insects expanded. Damn spiders. Ah yes, the mega spiders. Those things. Yeah, those things are unfortunately vanilla. But such is existence, tragically. That should start pulling liquid, I hope. Yeah, there we go. We got some water flow. Let's get a good view of just how far this water goes. Because I want to make sure that we got this fully functional. Looks like we are getting across. That is good. Throughput is still doing its thing. Wonder if you could just make a gigantic pipe of nothing but mechanical pumps. And use that to try to make it fully, like, almost instant across the entire length of the pipe. I wouldn't be surprised if you could do that, but it'd be a little expensive on the andesite. Not that we really care that much about the andesite, so... You know, take that how you will. I can't put it in like that. Never mind, I need to put it in like this. And specifically, that's because I need a hopper to actually dump the water, not the water, the skystone into it. So we can make the volatile solution. We need 5 iron, a chest, that'll make a hopper, which will allow us to tap into the skystone drawer pretty easily. Aside from that, yeah, we got full water now. It's dumping its skystone in there pretty well. Now we need is a mixer and some rotational force. 16 skystone, okay. We're gonna need a smart filter and a... God damn it, okay, mixer. Mixer requires 5 sheets and 2 alloy, as well as a machine frame. Can be arranged. I should really have some of the iron and copper and all that just going straight into there. Ah, fair enough. Just mega spiders. It's still pretty nasty. Vanilla Bugs Expanded is... Or sorry, Vanilla Insects Expanded is a really nice mod to have because it adds the, the Hive Mother. And also adds in a bunch of really weird bug events that you can get. Highly recommend it. If she ever wants to have some creepy bugs. There we go. 10 things literally filled the whole base. Oh, I don't doubt it. Bugs tend to do that, yeah. So if we were to... I need a vertical cog. That can be arranged. But we need some way of actually getting it. I guess we can use this. It doesn't care which direction it comes in from, so... She has to rebuild the full base like 6 times over since she started this one. Jesus Christ. That's a little excessive. At that point, I'd probably just move base. God damn. That is some patience with failure. Yeah, I don't know why the RimWorld devs decided to make infestations so obnoxious. You pretty much have to build around having a specific solution for, like, drawing infestations to a specific room and then nuking them. If you don't want to have a base full of bugs. Splish Splash. Bottle Sky. Frustratingly, we can't really do too much about that. The Too Big. Hello, the Too Big. How you doing? Welcome, welcome. How's it going? Good, I hope? It's not what I want. Grab that, and then grab a Sky Solution bucket. Okay, good. We got Sky stuff. Alright, next step. We need... redstone. Just bought a new phone and instant buyer's remorse. Oh boy, that's always fun. Hopefully it's not too bad. Let me guess, it's got some sort of weird, wonky function that's not quite, pleasant. Axel's quest to ascend to heaven. Yes, indeed, Void Region. You see, I need to go up there and punch God in his face. I need to go to heaven to punch God. There we go. How dare he allow me to exist? Tisk tisk. He should know better. Alright. We got the Certus, so we got that started. We need some way to charge it, though. That's the thing. More importantly, we still need to actually get the fluid pipe and the pump. Just that it was so expensive, but it's a Samsung Flip 3, and I think that the screen will stay safe. Well, that's good. How dare he give me life without my consent? Exactly, Void Region. How dare! Okay, that'll work well. Now we just need a pump. And some way to pump it. Pump it up. While the beat is pumping. Gem is funkin'. Fluid pipe. Make a mechanical pump. Always a good idea to get your filters done before you actually get the machine properly set up. Right, that's just a one-to-one. Okay, so we can set this up like that. Yeah, I see how we can do this. This should be easy enough to do. All we need is liberal use of belts. And there we go. That's a bad idea. Hold on a second. I actually need a basin for that. Basin. Basin born. Basin. This basin will allow us to make full use of our new devices. Binge watched Fit MC videos about the oldest anarchy server on Minecraft. Oh god, that thing. I am well aware of that. Trust me on that, I know very well about that thing. I haven't actually played on it, though. Thank God. So we need a mixer. Something to... Tibby 2T, yeah. I don't know what the hell that even stands for, though, honestly. Yeah, that thing is an interesting hotbed of checking for, like, Minecraft bugs. And also just being an anarchy server. Alright, so... we need some way. The oldest anarchy server in Minecraft. How do we do this? 2 builders, 2 tools. I see. So we need to extract... we need some way to extract, Certus quartz. That can be arranged by basically setting up a belt around it. And telling it, hey, you're not making redstone solution, you're making Certus quartz. Just regular quartz, it's fine, don't worry about it, don't think about it too hard. I don't want to try the other anarchy server that was set up by people who got tired of 2B2T. There's another one? Okay. And then we go into, once we get brass machinery, then we go to magmatic exploits and then zinc machinery. Hmm. 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 It's been at least 10 years since when I played my Minecraft. Redstone was a new thing then. Oh, people have done some wild shenanigans with Redstone by now. I would highly recommend taking a look at it. How do I do this? I remember on a server of my clan they had a new cool automatic subway system, so yeah, that was quite a long time ago. No kidding. Okay, so that thinks it's making regular old Certus quartz. I sure do hope nothing bad happens in a few more minutes. Who knows? I sure hope nothing wacky and uncharacteristic occurs. I guess we could set up the exact same situation we got over here, couldn't we? Or at least something similar. And then we can drop down the liquid into a spout below. Because that's basically all it's used for. Yeah, that'll do. We're gonna need a... we're gonna need to indent it a little bit. Because the basin only outputs below it. Into the side. And we set this up like that. We set this up like that. Yeah. Yeah, this could work. Wait, no, we still need to put it into the charger. We put the charger here. Put the magmatic on top. Or not. I haven't been in touch with the clan. It was pretty big and everyone was quite serious about, like, registering the trademark and setting up as elite. Dear God, that is a lot of effort. So we need to put this magmatic dynamo somewhere where it'll register. I don't remember if that'll actually power it. We'll see. We can test it by charging a quartz crystal to see if it works. But if it does, that's a problem. Had meets where I went to. Had Spiritus Fortis, aka Moonshine. Okay, then. That is an interesting decision to have Moonshine for a Minecraft clan. I gotta admit. Where does this take charge from? Normally this would just lock onto it immediately. World of Tanks back then. Ah. I see. Still interesting to have moonshine there, but okay. Sure. Maybe like this? I still haven't fully figured out how this works, really. At least not for providing power to it. I know that I managed to do it. I just don't remember how. Maybe this will work? Back from dinner. What did I miss? Well, we got the Skystone grinder going. And we also got the water going. It was the stuff you can only buy on license from the apothecary. Dear God. Okay, so yeah, that does work. Good. So we can set up a belt here. We can set up an andesite collector here and an andesite spitter out here. That way it'll produce it pretty easily. Pretty readily, at least. Excellent. Alright. Might I ask what you had for dinner, Dr. Pudum? It's like 97.8 above alcohol. I don't remember what is the hygroscopic point of ethanol. Dear God, that is excessive. I have no idea what a hygroscopic point is, unfortunately. I know what a hygrometer is, but I don't know what a hygroscope is. Or a hygroscopic thing is. Pasta, which is of course the best. Fair enough, that sounds pretty good. We can probably throw the cogwheel onto this pretty safely. The highest point of ethanol you can distill before it absorbs water from air. Jesus Christ. That is a little ridiculous. What is the hygroscopic point for alcohol? Hygroscopic. It forms an azeotrope at about 89% ethanol, 11% water. Or a mixture of 95.6% ethanol by mass. Okay, then. Huh. I see. Ironically, that is what we had for dinner. I don't know if that's ironic, but yeah, fair enough. Nothing wrong with similar dinners. So we're gonna need... We're gonna need a gearbox, we're gonna need a gear shift. What else do we need? Gearbox. Gear shift. Some way to get the power in. I guess we could just use this. Yeah. That could work. Yeah, okay. We're gonna use the rotational force coming off of this thing. Or not. We're gonna use the rotational force coming out of this thing? Yeah, there we go. It's got extra torque. Took shots of it, went water skiing. Top 5 stupid decisions I've made, but we had a babysitter on board and of course wore a vest. Naturally. That's always a good idea. I can't say that's the best decision now. Did you wind up puking your guts out? That's the question. We're gonna need more wood. Okay, we should be able to grab some from over here pretty easily. I should probably recall this. There we go. I'm tired, words don't work. No worries. There we go. A little bit of wood. A little bit of material. Decent quantities. As if I remember. But I would say no because it's such concentrated stuff. Got it, no location. Let's take this tree instead. And it'll be fine. We put the logs back, it's fine. Well, lucky you. I haven't drank alcohol before, so I have no idea if I am a little bit weak-stomached, but I am pretty sure that's fairly common to have to vomit if you did something so extraneous. Or I guess not extraneous. Strenuous is a better way of putting it. That's a better way to put it. Because I'm pretty sure alcohol doesn't sit well with rapid motion. Gonna need a gear shift. Just don't get sick from drinking at least until next morning, yeah. Exactly. Eh, fair enough. Fair enough. Let's see. So we need a gear shift here. That'll split that up. My god. PhD undone. That is going the wrong way. Okay. That can be rectified. I admire the audacity. Pretty awesome to see people we've been playing with for months or years. Yeah, no kidding. It's rare to have a friend group last that long, you know? At least outside like college and such. Yeah, that's spinning the right way now. I don't think this will work. We can try it. And there we go. Yeah, I didn't think this would work. Okay, even if I do get that running, it won't work for this one. But it was running the right way. And ultimately, we don't have to be on the line. Well, that's nice. Fair enough, fair enough. Nothing wrong with having close friends, right? HD gone. Oh, wow. That's some fighting words right there. One burp bomb came to visit me. Ah, I see. How kind of them. This is gonna be the most bootleg contraption I've made, but it's gonna be a contraption. This has to be the worst construction I've ever seen. But it is a construction. Yes, okay. Trying to think of a good way to make this work. And unfortunately, it's not coming to me. If it works, it works, exactly. This course construction you've seen so far. Well, if it works, it works. The ultimate torque on that one mechanical pump. Penultimate torque. That works now, so that's the thing. Oh god, this is a disgusting contraption. And we can use a gear shift here to save my my pride. Just a little bit. Ah, he's psychic now, eh? I'm not sure if that's an upgrade. Thanks, I hate it. Some redstone, a gear shift. It is surprisingly hard to draw circles and create. Who knows why? Slap some shit on. If it works, it works. Lord knows I would be the Lord of the Spaghetti Mesh of, Lord of Spaghetti Mesh of Belts if I were to do frickin' Sass Factory. That is not quite right, Create. Thank you. Until many, many hours later, my OCD gets the better of me and just demolish it and build a proper one. I'm thinking I might do that later on, once I'm actually fully established and I have some chunks dug out fully. Where I'll just build a gigantic pit going down that steadily refines it until it hits the bottom. And then send a single chute that sends these things right back up to the surface. That might be what I do. Just this ever-narrowing factory floor that just narrows in and puts it into a new upgraded version. Then it has another layer of narrow in and puts it into an upgraded version. Then it has another layer, and you get what I mean. You get it. Have each an individual floor be a isolated area. All that sort of thing. Naturally, kinetic would be at top because you need a lot of logs for that. Right, I need to actually cut this up into the pieces. There we go. There is something, I don't know what it is about these types of games, where you're basically just making things fully automatic without even needing you there. I don't know what is with it, but it's really satisfying. I made a series of Satisfactory and I laughed it all. Laughed my ass off. I see. Adding some charged Certus to properly fuel our endeavors. And now for the spinny boy. We're gonna need the andesite and we're gonna need the other thing. Because my brain can't come up with it. There we go. Kinetic mechanisms. With some packs you can automate completely unnecessary stuff. Oh, absolutely. That's the best kind of automation. The automation that has absolutely no bearing on actually being able to do stuff. I shall now automate the collection of starlight. Yes. My god. Evil Lottle. Giving off the worst vibes. Giving off truly cursed vibes. He won't do anything bad, he'll just wear Crocs with socks. And horrible jorts. I was taking a break from Pathfinder. I think I'm gonna go back to it for a while. Need to take a break from such a text-heavy game at times. Ah, fair enough. You know, I haven't actually played Pathfinder before. Is it any good? And I assume you're talking about, like, the, Path of Kings or whatever it's called. Backward in two ways. So just go brr. It's charging. Got it. One of the best RPG games recently made. Really? Okay then, that is some high praise. I might have to play it at some point. I know Baldur's Gate is still in progress, so that could be something. If I might ask, what makes it so good? Throw this here. Although, god damn it, the Baldur's Gate devs are frickin' dorks. Why do they have to LARP every time they want to do some sort of announcement of where the game's going to next? Here's the full rule set, so yeah, you got to wrap your mind around it, but the tutorial pop-ups explain it. I see. Well, I mean... Neverwinter Nights also use the full rule set, so... I'm a little used to that sort of thing. What makes it good? Superb writing. Fair enough. Okay, so that's the first half done. We have the charged mixer. We should probably throw in 14 more Certus Quartz crystals just to make sure that we got a perfect one. In my honest opinion, Pathfinder rule set is kind of anal. It's not great. Fair enough. I haven't played Pathfinder before, so I don't really know anything about it. That's just charging. So it could take a while to charge, but that's because I'm used to D&D 3.5. Oh Jesus Christ, D&D 3.5. D&D 5th edition's rule set is pretty good, I'd say. 3.5 is... Oh, oh boy. Ugh. Undertale. I have played Undertale before, and I'm waiting for Deltarune to come out of its demos phase before I actually start playing it. But I do want to play Deltarune at some point, when it does eventually come out. Okay, so next step. We're going to need quartz seeds. 5e is great for actual tabletop gaming, but 3.5 is perfect for computer RPG. I'm not gonna disagree with you on that one. I'm not fully agreeing with you on that one. I'm kind of like half and half on that. Deltarune had the free episodes, that was Pog. I do agree, it's a really cool idea to do a bunch of, instead of having it so you basically just do teasers, you have a bunch of different, free, episodes that people can get into. I'm curious what the full game is going to look like. That and I honestly want to pay Toby Fox, so... Take my money, doggo. We're gonna need a bunch of rubber, so we can make the mechanics, because we need at least 4, spouts. We're gonna need, 32 kinetic mechanisms. Means that's a full stack of rubber. 4 hoppers. In order to actually make the spouts. Oh damn, 26 iron, that's pretty solid. Just as passive income. What else can we use? 5e is too simple for CRPG. It's made for easiness in mind, and while you have a computer to roll the kind of weird rolls, why not use it? That is true. I agree with you on that. In my opinion, 3.5 rule still makes perfect sense, but playing it tabletop is a pain in the butt. Speaking as somebody who has played 3.5, I'm not sure on that. It feels like building characters is a real pain in the butt because you have to pay attention to every frickin' rulebook they put out. And there was a lot of them. But honestly, I think 4th edition would be a pretty solid one that you could use for a computer RPG. Because the main issues I had with 4th edition was that it was a lot of things that you had to keep track of. It just didn't work out because of that. And that's probably one of the main reasons people hated it so bad. Or I guess so much. Is a better way of putting that. The sheer amount of things that you had to focus on If you added in a little bit more, it's a thing that should not be talked about out loud. I must break the seal. Let the demon lord out. It wasn't. I don't think it was as bad as people said it was. I think it was bad. Don't get me wrong, but it wasn't as bad as people made it out to be. The main problem it had was that every ability added on some status effect. Like, oh, the sun's in their eyes now, so they have a not a disadvantage, a negative to attacking, and oh, now you got a little bit of a bonus because they're unable to see you as effectively, or all that stuff. Which, on their own individually, that's cool. I like it. Put together, it's a bunch of things that you have to pay attention to that is not actually the game. It is just the various mechanics piling on top of them. The biggest problem I have is with AD&D rules. Oh, Jesus Christ, Thaco. Yeah. But yeah, I don't know. I think if it was played in a computer setting where the computer can keep track of every single effect that is being applied to an opponent, and you made it so that you told the player exactly what was affecting the creature and themselves, so they knew what was going on, 4th edition could work really well. You would definitely have to work with it. You'd have to fix it a bit, because every class in 4th edition was very, very samey. They all had some variant of healing. They all had some variant of buffs and debuff abilities. It didn't work out too great in that front. But the main issue was just trying to keep track of so many things. As for Advanced D&D, I haven't played it. All I know is that Elf is like a class, so it's kind of weird. Not too keen on it. Put together a bunch of spouts. Theoretically, we could set up a line that's pretty much automatic, or at least automagic. Theoretically. We should probably also get a pipe leading up to the Magmatic. Just to charge. Yeah. This will give it somewhere else it can go. Like this. That being said, I am really liking... I want to see more progress in it, but I am really liking Baldur's Gate's style, so to speak. I do like how they got it so that the, how do I put it? So that certain spells will cause elemental effects. It is really cool where you can cast Ray of Frost to freeze water underneath an enemy's feet. Or, like, Fireball lighting oil. It resembles 5e a lot, but the skills work a lot differently. I banged my head on the wall a lot until I realized how they work. Really, if you don't mind me asking, what's the major difference? Like, what is the most blatant change that they have there? Okay, so it's not reaching this bend. There really aren't passive skills in Pathfinder. So there's no, like, passive perception or passive wisdom, huh? I must have just barely reached that. Oh, it's reaching here. Well, that can be rectified. Right there. I want to get the most range that I can out of this. I was confused why Cleave isn't working, as it is passive in 3.5. I never actually used Cleave. Hell, I didn't even play martial characters in 3.5. I played like exclusively mages. So I wouldn't know, unfortunately. God, I remember frickin' 3.5, the thing that I dislike about 3.5 is the sheer amount of character options. Because holy hell. I need to choose whether to use a full round for 4 attacks or select cleave when it makes a cleave attack. Ah, I see. That is kind of weird. Throw this here. Okay. That's what I like about 3.5. Yeah, there is some benefit to that. It's just, holy hell, trying to plan a character build is obnoxious in 3.5. Character building is the funniest part. Fair enough. If you like it, I'm not gonna shit on your playstyle. I don't know. It's just the sheer amount of work that you had to put in to try to get a prestige class. You can think of it like an overclass for 3.5 was obnoxious. Because there was a lot. Never try to fully optimize the build. Yeah, fair enough. I didn't either, but I did, however, find it hilarious when I picked the, I think it's just called Shapeshifter, or something like that. Where the idea is that basically, I'm gonna be a spellcaster that focuses exclusively on being anything but me. Screw it. Character optimization is stupid in my opinion and pulls out of the RP experience. Well, there is some fun to making the most ridiculous builds you can. But yeah, it is a thing that you kind of want to... If you're going to build for it, then you're kind of going to be building for it specifically. That's kind of it. It's really hard to make an optimal character build that is also good RP. But yeah, the Shapeshifter was hilarious because every once in a while I'd just say, "Hey yo, DM, pass me the monster manual." Thanks. Cool. I'm gonna be a mushroom, sure. Let's be a mushroom. Why not? And I especially appreciate that in Neverwinter Nights it is entirely possible to be a shapeshifter. For some reason. Those buggers decided to actually program in being able to change into literally frickin' anything. It's not really fun when I once had a rogue warlock in a game and it did sneak attacks every round with 12d6 damage and instant kills everything. Yeah, but if you're the type of person who really likes that, then I mean, who am I to tell them that their fun is wrong, right? It was a cantrip, Jesus Christ. I think the optimizing certain spells builds are a lot more interesting. Because mages can't just pull it off every single time, right? Like I'm gonna cast like 50 frickin' magic missiles that cannot miss is sort of an interesting build to try to make and work with, because it's not something that you can just whip out every time and it's not perfect. Hell, even the rogue thing wouldn't be perfect. Because you'd still have the issue of, hey, there's a puzzle. But to me, just RPing Drunken Master Monk and maybe have self-esteem issues. Oof. Well, fair enough. Fair enough. I'm not sure how Drunken Master Monk would have you have self-esteem issues, but okay. I will take your word for it. I will not invalidate your experience, friend. Okay, so we got that fully automated. Good. Next step. Because now we don't have to actually focus on recharging anything. What's the next step? Right, quartz seeds. Okay, so we need to build a second line. Sure, Monk is pretty OP, but it's not broken like Rogue Warlock. You're not wrong. You're not. You're not wrong at all. Monks in 5th edition were a little ridiculous, especially at higher levels. Hell, everything was ridiculous at higher levels, but monks were like, I'm gonna run up across the room and punch the big bad in the face, and then I'm gonna run away with absolutely no consequences. Screw it. Run in, punch enemy in the face, run away, don't elaborate. So if this is the central path, we're going to be looking over here. So I don't think I can fully automate this yet, but I do want to prepare it so that it's actually able to be automated later on. Oh god, Air Conqueror. Vampire Monk. Air Conqueror is still pretty broken. To be entirely fair. And or balanced. As all things should be. I intentionally killed my monk by making a drunken master. That is an option. Some depots. Excellent. Hopefully this'll work. Stationary belt elements. Cool. Can provide items to processing. Give it a little crunk. Pure hell, prepare to die a lot. Yeah. 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 Okay, I think I have a plan for this. We set a depot down here. We're gonna need a Certus quartz with some sand. Quartz seed. I need dust, which means I need to mill it. Okay, well, that can be arranged. We're gonna break some pretty crystals. We're not gonna go full automation into this yet because I do want to, like... I don't want to go through the process of milling everything. It's just gonna add in a little bit of complication that we can get rid of immediately after we're done this tier. I want to get to the point where we actually have the device. Low level monk really has nothing. Low AC, low HP, low damage. Fists have no damage resistance, etc., etc. Yeah, it's not great. They really did a better job with low-level monks in 5th edition. Because immediately your fists do more damage. You're not super good, but you are still pretty solid, at the very least. You have survivability. Hee belts. We're gonna need some water, though. Andesite casing, depot, andesite casing, depot, andesite casing. So this goes into a tiny quartz, and then to a small quartz, and then to a pure... We only really need 3, actually. So gonna hate me once I get to 1k points. Oh god. What are you planning? I am curious what the hell you're planning here. I am slightly concerned. The first 4 or 6 levels you'll want to use a quarterstaff. Not wrong. But, I think it's like 7th level monks get, fists are magic now? No building or using them. Well, how the hell am I gonna do anything then? That's my question. I'm afraid this game does not really allow 0 automation. I mean, I could try, but that's... We already got a lot of them going. I don't know how I could stop that. Like a normal Minecrafter. But doing it by hand is for peasants. We are particularly noble crafters. We prefer to use our brains rather than our hands. Ow. Can't use them or harvest from them. Oh, Jesus. Unfortunately, the harvesting is also automatic at the moment. That's absolutely fine, the too big. If this is what you want to talk about, I am absolutely fine with that. There's nothing wrong with being passionate, you know? I just deleted a bolt. Okay, then. Well, we can still deal with this guy. For some reason, 5e considers quarterstaff as a one-handed weapon instead of actual combat. It actually kind of makes sense, since so you can use deflect arrows or whatever skills with the staff. Okay, then. Alright, Dark Angel. I don't know how we're gonna progress, though. I have zero clue how we're gonna progress. But okay. If needs must. Throw you in here. There we go. I'll process that pretty easily. I don't know why you'd be able to deflect arrows with, or, sorry, deflect projectiles, because that's the technical term for it, I think, with a quarterstaff. I guess you could just, like, bonk it with the staff. You can rest the staff on the ground with one hand. That's not wrong. Yeah, but it would take a little bit of, like, foresight that that guy over there is going to do a ranged attack. I better be prepared for that. Wouldn't it? We need a bit more piping. Something to process. Plomp, plomp, plomp. 6. There we go. We got more piping. More fluid pipe. Putting fluids where they need to go. Still, yeah, I don't know. I don't know if that would quite work out as intended for a monk, you know? Invented from... Yeah, let's just hook it up there. I'll do fine. See how our water flow is doing. Not too hot at the moment. Oh, no, it is moving. That's good. It's stuck there, which means we're gonna need another... God damn it. I'm on PF run now. I'm playing a mostly lawful good ranger. A mostly lawful good. The classic. So we need a pump here. To be fair, I'm pretty sure most parties wanted to, or start off mostly lawful good. We all know exactly how long it takes for characters to go a little chaotic or neutral. All it takes is one very shiny staff in somebody's display case, and suddenly, you know, I'm feeling a little chaotic today. That is true. Chaotic can be pretty amusing, depending. Tabletop, almost always. Almost always. Even by sheer accident, no matter how hard you try, you're gonna wind up being a little chaotic if you're actually using alignment for something. Because somebody misinterprets somebody else's idea, and suddenly everything goes straight sideways. Suddenly everything goes wrong. Very, very wrong. I'm going to start talking to the shopkeeper. I get it. So you're being a distraction so I can steal the item. Ah! That sort of deal. Now we're gonna need a lot more andesite funnels to make this work. Crap all about alignment changes. Yeah, 5th edition has thankfully toned down a bit on alignment changes and alignment in general. There really isn't much in D&D 5th edition that cares about your alignment. I mean, you'll occasionally find something, but it's very rare. Like, the Archmage's robes, you have to wear the right type of robes. The obvious ones, the Amulet of, I think it's called Absolute Good and Absolute Evil. Those things care about alignment. Hell, not even Detect Good and Evil cares about your alignment. You could be a really good Lich and he'll still detect you as evil because you're undead. Pally does not actually have to be lawful. There's the Oath of Nature and a few others. Sorcerers don't have to be chaotic. Not anymore. Hell, there's even a specific order sorcerer now, the Clockwork Soul. Which is a... You somehow have powers from Mechanicus. The plane of order. It does not care about what order it is, it just is order. Yeah, no worries. Yeah, there's some really interesting new ones. Hell, Warlocks don't even have to be evil. Warlocks can be good, because now you can be a Celestial Patron. So you can make a deal with a Kurin or whatever. Or a Quetzalcoatl. I guess it's not a Quetzalcoatl, it's just a Coatl. Yeah. Which amusingly makes the Warlock sort of a cleric? Question mark? They're like a cleric, but they don't draw their powers from their gods, they draw their powers from a celestial being they made a pact with. Which, thinking on it, you could absolutely make an evil celestial warlock, and they'd still be sort of cleric-y. I'm gonna make a pact with an evil god's angels. There we go. I'm gonna make a pact with one of Bane's angels. The god of murder. Let me heal you now. I only know Warlock from Neverwinter Nights 2. Oh, 5th edition Warlock is very different from that. Neverwinter Nights 2, those Warlocks were, I'm going to be having, like, almost infinite amounts of spell slots. I don't care, I'm just going to cast a lot of spells. Warlock from D&D 5th edition is, I made a pact with something, now I've got a bunch of weird abilities called Invocations, which make my character ridiculously customizable. Oh yeah, and I've got, like, 2 spell slots. Warlocks in 5th edition have... ironically, way less spell slots than any other character, despite being the one who made a pact with some sort of ridiculous, almost god thing, directly. They are the weakest when it comes to actual staying power. That being said, their spell slots are always at maximum level, and they get them back every short rest, rather than every long rest. So there's a trade-off. If you are a Warlock, and your highest level spell slot is 5, the reason why it's the highest level is because that's the only spell slot you have. You only have 5th level spell slots. As opposed to the Wizard and all that. Oh, I can't quite do that. But that can be rectified. And let's see if this works. If I place that there. Yeah, it does the sploosh. It's a bit slower, but it does work. Tiny quartz. Yeah. Sploosh. Kinda interesting. Last game my DM was extremely spareful with long rest. I see. Yeah, Warlock might get some benefit out of that then. Because if all you got is short rests, then a Warlock does not care. On top of that, Warlocks also get the benefit of Invocations, which are... They're sort of like feats, but they're not quite feats. They're off-brand feats. And they're all sort of... Eldritch themed. There we go. Yeah, so we can absolutely just use singular spouts. It affects throughput slightly, but honestly I accept this. Yeah. Max 1 key point per battle, even that was wasteful. Oof. Alright, we should be able to place all our quartz seeds on that. And that'll automatically run. Oh, that's why. It's running low on water. Okay. This can be fixed, thankfully. If we massively kick up our throughput, we should be able to rectify that issue. Give it a real strong spin. A real rough shove on the back. Yeah, Invocations are basically feats that you get as a Warlock, and only the Warlock has access to, unless you take a feat. They've got things like Eyes of the Runekeeper, which gives you the ability to read any language that exists, flat out. Which means that if it is written, you have that language. A little ridiculous, maybe. Super useful, oh hell yeah. Just skyrocketed Ginger's wealth, I just bought 12 royal beds, dear god. You and your royal beds. I don't get it. I just don't get it. Spin! See how fast this will generate. What the hell? Oh, that's interesting. Play my first game of World of Darkness. Yeah, I've heard a little bit about that. I'm aware of it. Okay, we may have to rethink this. Obviously, that's not going to work. We might have to do the belt method. Oh, god damn it. I was hoping we wouldn't have to. But yeah, I think we're going to have to do the belt method. Do a bunch of spouts and just line them up. Let them go. Frustrating, but it'll save us a lot of pain. I haven't delved super deep into the World of Darkness rules, but the scenarios and whatever leave a lot to the DM. Oh yeah, those types of games are very customizable for the DM. So you can do a lot with them. Absolutely a solid system. I haven't ever used it, though. So we need to throw up... Oh, Jesus. We need to throw up a lot more spouts. How many spouts? Well, that's a good question. Wait, what the hell am I doing? This is stupid. Yeah, wait, I'm being dumb. Okay. I am being, super dumb. The Omega dumb. All I actually need is 4 spouts, and then I just keep putting them around in circles. Yeah. Yeah. Alright, well, we're gonna have to break this thing open. Alright, so all we actually have to do, because apparently I'm a doof, we only need one drawer, we need one andesite funnel, we need a single belt. I'll go back to Pathfinder and drop it off to a point for a good save, and they'll probably go to sleep. Well, fair enough. Thank you very much for stopping by. I always appreciate it. Hope you have fun at in Pathfinder. And best of luck finding a safe spot. Oh, 300 here and getting sleepy. Fair enough. That is absolutely fine. I'm not going to judge you for it. I'm going to keep trying to figure out how the hell to make this thing work. And Lord knows I'm going to be here a while. Something like this. Not like that. Like this. There we go. We're going to need a belt. But other than that, we should be fine. And that'll allow us to generate, theoretically, infinite amounts of quartz crystals. All we really have to do is put them into an automatic crafter, and then we can basically just feed it through without issue. Okay. Next step. Belts. We need enough belts to make it look like some sort of weird anime character. Some edgy anime character. There we go. An outfit made of belts. Nothing but belt. 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 Okay, how are we doing this? We spin it like this. Wrong way. We spin it like this. That's just not a good way to do it. Like this. We put this in the most frustrating way we could have, huh? We put this straight across and then put a gear shift in the middle. We should be able to, or not even gear shift, a gearbox. That'll allow us to spin these perpendicular to each other. And we can use it, well... Nah, gearbox, that'll be more effective. It'll look nicer. That's the thing that I'm considering important here. Putting great import on, there we go. God damn, that was a lot of D&D chat. Gotta admit, I do really like D&D. I'm a bit of a nerd when it comes to that front. I don't know. Funny character builds always draw some interest from me, at the very least. The sillier, the better. That's the wrong way, okay. It's fine. It's also the wrong way. Dare I? No. I could, though. That would work. And then a gearbox underneath. Or even just through? No, I can put through. I'd have to go underneath. But I could do it. A driving roller here. I don't know if that's the actual term. It sounds like a real term. I don't honestly know. Couple of gearboxes to make this a little more easy on me. Through. Wrong way. If I were to just do this. How about a gearbox here? That'll spin it the right way. Not there. But if we did it over there, that would work just fine. God, I wish I could pass the axles through each other. It works so well. But sadly, I cannot. That is not a thing that I am capable of doing. How do I... I can feel my brain melting in my skull. I guess I could do this. It ain't pretty, but it is functional. Through here. I guess we could use this as like an auxiliary entry point for it. It's not pretty, and I don't like it, but it is something. And we can use a chain drive to connect the two. Because chain drives would look better, in my opinion. As for the other one, that's still to be determined. Are you here? A bit of that there. We need an andesite for casing so we can actually make this thing. There we go. Case chain drive. Go. It'd be kind of cool to see an unencased chain drive. That'd be nice. I think they could really do something with that. Ah, yes, a belt. Almost forgot about the belt. There we go. And slap that there. So we could put that there, couldn't we? Yeah, that would work. Now for the last part. How the hell do we pull this? How do we rotato this belt? Wrong way. Would there be a way? I'm still trying to figure out a good way of doing this, because god damn it, this is a lot of brain power. This could work. It ain't pretty, but it will do. God damn it. I'm a little disappointed, but we'll deal. We'll deal. It'll be fine for the most part. Now this will still affect throughput, but I mean, I'm okay with that. As long as it works, right? Anything wild happening in Gingerweb's colony over there? Dark Angel? You've been quiet for a bit, so I assume so. Let's throw on another belt, and that should theoretically automate that process completely. Okay. There is our process. Yep. That should do it. Now they will have to wait a little bit as the spouts refill, but honestly that's fine. Gives our seeds a little bit more time to run through. So there's a limited input. Not really, besides massive, and I mean massive love triangles. Oh man, it's like a rom-com over there, huh? I wonder what it's pulling from. The water's gotta be pulling from somewhere in there. I mean, it's effectively infinite, but we may eventually run up to a point where it's not. I wonder how the lava collector's doing. Draining the ocean industrial spillage, yeah. That would be... not this one, over here. I got 2 yes, 2 husbands, and 2 lovers so far. God damn. Actual alloys. Holy hell. Complex curiosities. Whoop. Boing. And a beta. Engineers hate him. Alright, so yes, this water supply is literally infinite. Okay. Good to know. That is quite a collection of, relationships, I gotta admit. We should probably check on the lava ocean, or not ocean, lava river that we've been tapping eventually, but not at this moment. We really need more water throughput, honestly. We don't have enough. So if we were to gear up these... even further, we could do it. That would speed up the collection of, water by a lot. I'm not sure what it is with you and collecting love interests. I gotta admit, Dark Angel. Is it just like for the fun of it, or is there a specific reason? Throw together a cog, a manual gear shift. Do some real cog champ stuff over here. A single axle to further extend that. Eh, that's fair. Nothing wrong with that. This should go a lot faster. Oh, yeah. There's the water. Shoo! I'll fill that up significantly. Wonder what the RPM of that is. Heh. Good luck. I am going to need a collection bin. Somewhere that we can... I guess we could do it here. Yeah, this could work. Set this here. Lock it. Set up an andesite funnel so that it collects them. Excellent. And this will allow us to automatically maximize our quartz crystal growth. This way, we don't have to actually do anything. We can just let it do its thing. It'll work for us. Now, I'm not sure how many it can handle at one time. We might have to, in the future, work on trying to limit the amount of crystals that can go into it at one time. That being said, I don't think we're at that limit yet, so let's just send them through. Yeah, these crystals are working nicely. Okay, so that's that handled. Fully grown crystals. Now, for the next part, putting these two machines together. That way we get our rose quartz. Didn't take us too long, honestly. Okay, we do have a limit then. We have a limit, we need to play within it. Okay, so we might want to put how do I put it? A stopgap, basically. Something that doesn't care about the spouts, won't get affected by them, but will take up a slot on the belt. What the bloody hell is this? Okay, why are you spraying water? I almost got me. Or you almost got me, there we go. That is weird. Why did it break? Leaky pipes, I guess. Not sure why. Yeah, I'm not too keen on not being able to automate that sort of thing. I'd like to be able to actually make use of our machines, you know? Oh, that's a problem right there. Well, it'll solve itself once we get this redstone gunk moving. Thankfully. I don't think andesite alloy has a spout recipe, does it? All we need is something that doesn't have a spout recipe. We could use a door or something, it doesn't really matter what. Yeah, this doesn't have a spout recipe. So we should be able to just bop this on and call it a interference point. All that thing is designed to do is prevent us from overstuffing the belt. To the point where they can't run. Yeah, see? I think this will work. Oh, we can even throw a hopper on and see if it overstuffs the belt. This should work. This should work. And we got a decent quantity of pure quartz crystals sitting here. So, I mean, there's that too. I do appreciate how the sheer speed of this is helping out our collection of water quite a bit. Alright, so now we need to focus on trying to get the redstone gunk out of this, and the pure crystals out of this, into one singular basin. And that will allow us to pull off some stuff. Now, in order to do that, we're going to need a basin. Go figure. That basin will allow us to actually make some progress on this a little bit further. Thinking... So we're obviously going to have to build downwards. We're going to have a mixer. Okay, so you need to have a... we need to go grab the filter and all that. Your palm must hate me. Oof. Oof. Spicy. I don't remember if I put asexual on that one. Heh. Well, I'll make sure to do it when I get there. You have been given a time limit, Dark Angel. Good luck. Godspeed. There we go. We got a filter on this. Oof. Spicy. How are we going to make this work? We need something to rotato that. Rotato it. It's a question of how. It's not a hate thing, Dark Angel. Not a hate thing. Throw together a couple more cogs so that we can actually build the gearbox we require. Make a way to churn it so that we actually have that. Look at all these components we have over here. Nothing but items and essentials required in order to make the various devices. At some point, we're going to have to automate the creation of each and every one of these. Oof. Well, it happens. Okay, so we set up a vertical box here. Set up a cog wheel here, because we don't really care about the direction. We can always adjust it. Wrong way. There we go. I think we're just gonna make a... What do we need for a chute? Hey, that's not bad. We can make use of this. We can make use of this. Because chutes, if I remember correctly, can feed into a bunch of things. Yeah, they just do that. They transport items vertically. From and to. You can also do that. Placing chutes targeting the side faces of another will make it diagonal. And that allows you to transport items upwards. That allows you to filter them with smart chutes. Okay. So we got some options. What we need is a little bit of iron, a little bit of andesite, and a lot of bit of work. Throw these onto here so that they flatten. Couple of andesite. Put these together into a chute. Who knows how the hell this will work? Oh, that requires an electron tube, I see. And some brass, which we are going to have to figure out how to make large quantities of eventually. Okay, so we're going to put a mixer here, because we can easily convert this into a downwards cog. We still need access to a few other things. Okay, so we need a gearbox, a depot, gearbox. We need gears. God damn, we are just running through oak. Throw these up, so that's buttons. Ba-ba-ba-ba. That'll give me that. Okay, that's fine. Nope, there we go. A cogwheel to spin the spinner. I know, descriptive. There's our mixing. Okay. And there's our basin. Yeah, because they always like to have a little space in between. I like it to be 1 by 1 by 3. Tall, but not too thick. Throw that there. We still need to throw together a basin. There we go. Something to mix in. That'll do. Really, I can't connect it up to the basin. Well, surely I could set up a hopper and then shoot them down into the hopper. I think that's what we're gonna have to do. I think that's our best bet here. Basically extending a hopper's reach up to the bin. I think that's our plan. It shouldn't be too hard to do. The basin will do most of the work. We do still need to pipe a actual supply to it, but there we go. Good theory. Yeah, there we go. And that'll do it. You're a Certus crystal. There we go. One full line. And that'll run that, and those will work, and yes. Yes, this will work just fine. No attached fan. Items move downwards. No kidding. I think this will work. All we gotta do now is provide it some redstone. Oh, and the mixer, I guess, but we'll do. We'll deal. You can go here, you can go here, here. Diorite I don't really care about. Okay, next step. We're going to need 2 of these, 5 of these, a fancy machine box. Should be doable. We don't have any logs, though. Hey, it's doing its work. I appreciate how many kinetic mechanisms that thing has made. It's a little ridiculous. The sheer quantity is very appreciative. Alright, so next target. We're going to need some way of... We're going to need to move those polished rose quartz over to a new location. Specifically to the spout, which will then make them into electron tubes, and then we need to actually convert them. Electron tubes. I think it's the same as, like, the one that we got currently. Yeah. 2 deployers and a screwdriver. And that should make it for us, I think. Yes. Yes, this should do it. How the hell does this work? Earth and then something else. Okay, we got that. Set this up. And we got an andesite machine. Make a whisk. There we go. Whiskey business right here. Just saying. Very whiskey. Now that's going. Yeah. Okay. So now that we have that more or less arranged. Polished rose quartz, pink diamonds. That's been handled. Now we just need to make them into actual electron tubes. No building / using machines, god damn it. Perfect timing, ain't it? Cruel, cruel bugger. How long do I have to do this for, exactly? Perfect timing. Alright, so what we need... If we can't build or use machines, at least for a while, we'll do some things... We'll do it live, let's say. I'm gonna dump off these polished rose quartz anyways, because I'm not using a machine, I'm just placing them. There we go. At least 2 minutes, I won't make you suffer the full 5. I'm thinking we can still use some of this time, what's a good way of putting it? Well, what we're gonna do is we're gonna spend our time hunting down X-Petrified. What the hell is X-Petrified? X-Petrified? Not getting organized. Something else entirely. X-Petrified is 1 to 30, okay. So around the levels of quartz. It's a fancy glowing ore that's very hard to miss. X-Petrified allows you to either A, break it for a bunch of XP. I think it's like for a full level's worth. At whatever level you are at. Something like that. But we're not going to be using it for that. No, instead what we're using it for is a very important thing called an Eternal Stella. Oh, Jesus. That is a hole. An Eternal Stella allows me to basically enchant something so that it never breaks. Period. And what that means is that we can make parts for our machinery that we never have to replace ever again. We don't have to care, it just exists. I'm thinking our first step is to make the kinetic mechanisms saw an eternal object. Make it so that it never breaks, never shatters, never gets dull, just is. But we still have to find the X-Petrifieds. Now we have enough Stella, or Stellae, Enough emeralds to make one Eternal Stella. Sadly, we're gonna need way more than that, but we can make one. Lapis. Alright, thank you very much for stopping by, Dr. Pudum. I hope you have a good sleep. Farewell, Pudum. Goodbye. Goodbye. Throw that there. Diamond. Diamond would be great, but that's Apatite and that's Sapphire. No, not exactly what we're after. I would like a very shiny saw, but still. That Stella is more what we're after. Because a shiny saw will still break. Lapis and Sapphire. I warned you that was coming. True. Apatite. I'm not sure why the fertilizer was all the way down here, but okay. God, I remember way back when thermal was in full swing in the standardized time of Minecraft modding, at least standardized Minecraft modding version. It used to be that Apatite would just stud the cliff faces. You could find vast quantities of fertilizer ore. Fertilized ore, if you will. Now, we'll be able to tell where X-Petrified is by its characteristic greenish-yellow glow. Theoretically, we'd be able to see it from a mile away in areas like this, but it doesn't look like we're spotting any. Is this a new cave system entirely? It is. Okay, then. That's a thing. That's nice. Where the hell am I? Oh, I know where I am. Okay. We could also check out that lava river that we've been draining steadily. Sucking dry, you know? See what we can do with that. See if there's anything useful down there. Who knows, maybe there's some X-Petrified studying it. It's possible. We need a total of 4 X-Petrified, we already have 2. Oh, hi! That's... Huh. Okay, then. Sadly, there isn't a real way to make X-Petrified, as far as I'm aware. Which is a real shame, you know? I'd love some, faux X-Petrified. Alright, so we should be able to check out that lava river over here. Theoretically, we'd be able to tap into it and see what all it's got studying it. I don't know how large it is, so... No. Mileage may vary, but... it could have some real nice loot sitting inside of it. I do like how the basalt's just left behind as like this little remnant of a reminder that there was lava here. Yeah, you can see how it's emptied out a bit by the blackened walls. It's just really nice. It's a real nice touch. Wow, I can feel my brain cooling down, actually. As I hunt for a fancy rock that glitters in the dark. My brain has time to cool off a bit. Fancy glitterstone. Sadly, my brain is not liquid cooled. Endomium. Oh, hi. Hazmat pants. Yes. Don't know what the hell to do with hazmat pants, but cool. A lot of lead. You know, yeah, let's pick up that lead. It'll come in handy in the future. We're probably gonna want it. It'll allow us to expand on our chunk nibbler a bit. Make it really shine. Cinnabar is not what we're after. Really no X petrified. Nothing. What's a chunk nibbler? Hello, Acquire Squids. How you doing? Welcome, welcome. Glad to have you. I'm an Axel, a YouTuber. I mostly just hang out and play video games with chat. Or at least talk with them while playing video games. The chunk nibbler is our... Have you ever seen what Create can do? I should probably ask that first. Do you know Create well enough to know exactly how ridiculous it can get? Oh, there's an X petrified. Yeah, it's really hard to miss these things. Very blatant. Some of this mod pack, but I never got the ridiculous stuff done myself. Okay, so... Create is a very interesting mod. It allows you to make moving machines. Now, that would be cool and all, and not super powerful, but what's important is that these moving machines can also have functional blocks on them. Specific ones, not all of them. You can't have a running furnace in a functional block, so that is a tragedy, but you just kind of have to accept that. However, that does not mean they're not ridiculous. See, there's this thing called a piston extender. Essentially, it's a piston, but exceptionally long. All you have to do is add a bunch of poles to the end of it, and it will extend for as long as it has poles. So you can make ridiculously long contraptions. If you combine this with a thing called a drill, a very simple block that just breaks whatever it hits, and take into account the fact that drills run so long as the contraption itself runs, well, you can basically make a machine that is a single piston shoving a bunch of drills down into the earth and digging up everything there. What makes it even better is the fact that, no, those drops don't have to be dropped. Not what you wanted to just think. I didn't stop you from using machines you might not have it right now. That is accurate. But that is a, that is an after we did it type thing. So this is the chunk nibbler. The chunk nibbler is a very basic machine. These drills, what we do is we essentially take these drills and we shift them one tile out, and in doing so expand the machine. We make sure we always add in a bunch of stone bricks on the back just for aesthetic and for functionality uses or purposes. These two chests up here gather the drops. So all you have to do is flick this lever, and it'll dig all the way down to bedrock. Theoretically, get enough drills, and you could set up an entire chunk eater, as I like to call it, or devourer of worlds, or whatever you want to call it, and have it just steadily digs down into the crust of the earth and makes a giant pit. Now you may be wondering, why the hell would you do this? The simple reason is resources. It'll collect every single resource that it runs into, put it into the chests, and keep going. And that way, you don't have to worry. It's not even weak to lava, so you don't have to worry about putting down water behind it. We need some emeralds, we need some X-petrifieds, we need 2 stellarite pieces, and we need a duck. They don't have unlimited range. Their range is however long their pole is. So yeah, you can basically put them to whatever you want. My recommendation, however, because of the lava, is that if you take your engineer's wrench, if I can find it, there it is, hover over the device, this part, with it, and you'll see that it's got a couple of options. If I can just up there. Yep. It's got movement modes. Normally it's always set to always place when stopped. This means that when it hits the bottom, it'll turn into a bunch of individual tiles again. When it hits the top, it'll turn into a bunch of individual tiles again. We prefer it on place only in starting position, so wherever the piston is fully... Wherever it starts from is where it will place, and that's it. Although there is one other option of only when the anchor is destroyed, so when this thing is destroyed. Also, we can make the little gear turn by scrolling. I highly recommend this because it's immune to lava while it is in this state, so we don't have to care. But ultimately, it'll be up to you what you want to do, right? I can only suggest. But yeah, if this is like your, if you're still learning Create, it's got some interesting things that you can do in it. Some real bullshit. I highly recommend experimenting around a little bit more than I have, if you get the chance. Because there's quite a bit of weird and janky stuff you can make. I'm gonna quickly make some apple cider. Okay, we don't have any sugar. I guess we're just eating apples then. I fully intend when we eventually have to go to the end, because I have no doubt in my mind that we will, to make a tram line there. It shouldn't be too hard to do, especially with Create. It's mostly just a matter of like actually digging out the entire frickin' tunnel. It's gonna be a real pain in the butt. Public transport is number 1. So if I'm Create, this is Create plus a lot of Create add-ons. This is Create plus a quest line that requires you to do a bunch of Create stuff. This doesn't have any Create add-ons. There are Create add-ons though. There's one that adds it so that you can make kinetic dynamos, which allows you to make electricity, and then convert that electricity back into kinetic force with a motor. And there's a few others as well. But we're not using that at the moment, since that's all most recent version. Okay, now that we're back here, we need to... Do we have a spare diamond? I guess we don't. I guess we could just make the iron one invincible. Eh, it's not as shiny, but it'll do. It'll do. Oh, Jesus. This is what happens when you right-click with the Eternal Stella. All your tools, all your equipment, everything regains durability. Everything. Not for long, but for long enough. And you can still apply it to a item, so I highly recommend if you get an Eternal Stella, use it. Trust me, it's worth it. I'm gonna make sure that this thing is fully repaired. Oh, no, it's still going. It's still going. It's ticking up there. It's doing its best. It's in its lane, it's thriving. There we go. Indestructible. This thing will not break now. We do not have to care about it. We don't have to replace these things, they just exist. They are now eternal, much like the Stella. There we go. Yeah, Eternal Stellas are really frickin' good. I always recommend using them if you get the chance. May have overcompensated on this one. Yeah, there we go. Now it's working again. Okay. Next step. Adding in the fluid pipes. Yep. That'll allow that to fill up automatically. Yes. Yes. Haha, yes. Spin. There we go. All the volatile sky stuff is already gone. And now this can fill it once more with the proper stuff. Water, in other words. Or not, I guess. Fill, please. Steadily flowing. There we go. And now that has its sky solution, so that'll start making that. These will charge. Everything's good. Everything's great. Looks like it's working like a charm. At least I'd say it is. Yeah, this is limited to hell and back. We need at least a tile of open space on this. So maybe like 2 andesite blocks back to back? Yeah, that'll work. 2 andesite blocks as a spacer to make sure that the automatic filling does not cause problems. Because andesite does not care. Andesite just is. There we go. Andesite spacers. Or not, we just can't have anything there. Okay, well, that's certainly something. Unfortunate, but it is what it is, right? God, I can't extrapolate that song from the frickin' depressing dog meme. Somebody made an animation that's depressing as hell with the doggo from Minecraft. Where when the player dies in hardcore mode and it's just sitting there waiting. Because in a hardcore mode you can't respawn, so just waiting forever until it eventually dies off. Poor pupper. Anyways, on less depressing notes, let's go with something a little more progression focused. So our next step is building a meltery, a smeltery maybe. We need some way of getting liquid iron over here. Probably should have placed my area somewhere a little closer. My washer a little closer, I guess. Okay, so we're gonna need a meltery, and we're going to need a hopper. Something to fill up with iron and just leave. We're gonna need electron tubes. A lot of electron tubes. We're going to make a somewhat ghetto one to start with. We're gonna need glass. We're gonna have to move things ourselves to start with. I don't like it, but we are. Thankfully, we can pretty easily fuel it without needing to do anything ourselves, so... Take that for what it's worth. Make an ingot gauge, and there's the meltery. Excellent. Definitely gonna have to put this pipe down somewhere, but for now we'll work with it. Okay. I'm thinking we might be able to make some use of... Well, I don't know where we'll put the stairs down, but we're gonna need it. We're going down into the earth. Make sure that doesn't clog. There we go. Not great. A decent amount of dirt is clogging our system right now because we can't actually grind dirt. Yep. It's kind of already ground up, you know? Can't charge dirt either, so there's that. Let's just deal with the dirt problem now. Okay. Seems fine. Yeah, that should do it. That's one. So we can handle 11 chunks of quartz crystal at once. At one time. That's it. Anything more, we have a problem. How are we gonna do this? Okay. I think I see a path. Maybe. This is gonna be a little bit janky, but here we go. It's not like it's the first time I've done some jank. We're gonna have to dig out this area, and then we're gonna have to dig out a little bit of a space to work this. Once that's done, we should be set. Hey, it's a little spinny. Okay, let's dig out this a little bit more. Really prepare it for what's to come. Next step, we need to melt iron. We can do that by basically just placing this thing against a wall and piping some iron into a spout. We're going to want to dispense all of our red stuff into a belt. That way we can actually get it to go through. And we're going to want to put those electron tubes into deployers. Deployers are really easy to do. All you need is a hopper leading into the deployer and some way of actually powering those deployers. Powering deployers, not too hard, thankfully. So if we do something like this... I don't really care about the diorite, it's not very useful. It exists, but that's about it. Diorite is a thing that exists. That is all we need to know about them. I don't know what it is with me in vertical, not hospitals, factories. I don't know, it's something about it. It just feels right. Descending into the earth to grab your, thing. It just feels right. And I don't know why. We can use copper casings to preserve the orientation of these. But I think we're going to want to loop it around this way, actually. Yeah. Definitely want to loop it around this way. That's where our spout's going to be. No. Why do we have to do it that way when we can just... Okay. We place a spout up here. That will not fill from this. It's the important part. As for filling deployers, we can fill them up here, and then have a little extra chest for overflow. Or, hell, even just like an andesite block at the end and call it a day. That is also an option. That being said, we don't really have a good way of dealing with the actual filling of iron with it. How much does it take per tube? 16 millibuckets. Really? So it's like an ingot. Or not even an ingot. A nugget, actually. Wow, that's... kind of disappointing. Yeah, it is literally just a nugget. Okay. Well, that's... embarrassing. That's really easy to do, actually. 14 iron and not even an ingot, and a nugget, and there we go. Nugget. A nugget. We can move this. Okay, next step. We need a spout, so that means we need the rubber and we need a copper casing. Copper casings are very easy, just a copper and a log. That'll make a copper casing. Cool. We're gonna need 8 kinetic mechanisms to make sealed. Because sealed. We're getting close to the culmination of this chapter. I can feel it. Wrong chest. We need 16 of these. We need 1 of you. Throw you on there. Bonus assembly. I don't know why they call it a bonus assembly when it is actually absolutely necessary for you to make. These things are not optional. Not in the least, so why call it a bonus? I don't get it. Right, the iron's all in here, so why would I go outside? 5 of these. And we're gonna need a second one to actually fill the smeltery with at least a satisfactory amount of fuel. Never mind the frickin' screwdriver we're gonna need. I'd be willing to bet that the iron supply is the thing we're gonna be most focused on maintaining. Pretty much that. Throw together a spout. That'll run that easy. Oh yeah, I need a belt for that. A beltway. Something to spin it, you know? Give it a little bit of a spin, if you will. Oh, right, and we need the hoppers for the deployers. We'll get to there when we get to there. Yep, that's what I thought. Excellent, those don't interact. Which means if I grab the copper casing and maintain that connection, then we should be fine to put our copper tubing wherever we need it to. Because copper casings make sure that it maintains its connections. Boom, reinforced. There we go. That should do the trick. It is still connected, so there's that. So now we just need a way to get the fluids up there. I'm thinking... very slowly thinking, we should probably keep this closer to the spout. Not super close, but closer. There we go. Now we just need a path to the lava. It's gonna be a little harder. We're gonna have to mesh it between a bunch of things. Here? Could work. Yeah, this could work. This can work. Okay. God, we are just absolutely elbow deep in trying to make this work. Gonna need a little more copper. I don't know how the hell copper can handle lava, but I mean, okay, sure. We might need another pump. I hope not, but we can always reinforce it by just adding a little bit. Not reinforce it. Supplement it by adding a new pump before the dip into the underground. We are also going to have to make our way up from the meltery to the... what's it called? Right, to the spout. So that's going to have to be a thing. Let's just remove this so it doesn't have anything to connect to here. Okay. And that should seal it. That should seal the deal on that. That's one half of it done, I think. We'll see if it starts filling. If it does, great. If it doesn't... Shiz. Alright. We're gonna need to boost it with the mechanical pump just before it hits that, point. Which means... cogs. So many cogs. One cogwheel, Two cogwheel, Three cogwheel. We can use a belt. That is a densely packed area of the machinery room. It is, gonna be a nightmare if I have to get in there again. I don't like it. But we should be fine, I think. I hope. Hey. First polarity. Should start seeing that. Okay, that'll be plenty to get it through to the other side. God damn, how far can we get with just these? Let's see how long it takes. Really? It's taking that long. I don't have time to just watch it, so... It passes through. Is it gonna go? No? It's there. Gonna drool through there, or is it stuck at this point? How about like this? And it is flowing pretty steadily. It's this. Okay, set that there. There, that's not right. God's sake. Like that, there we go. That should pump it down into here. No? Really? Why aren't you working? Okay, it tugs. Goes through. And it seems to get stuck here. And I don't know why. We'll give it some time, see if it fixes itself. I'm not too happy about that, but, you know, whatever. We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. I'm sure it's just a temporary setback. Shouldn't be too bad. So, I mean, I'm a little worried about this now. Right, so we need a few copper pipes leading to that. I'm thinking our best bet is just basically just come through here. 1, 2, 3. That's it. Not a huge deal. Or hell, even like this. Actually, right there would be just fine. Reverse this direction. I guess polarity, whatever you want to call it. There we go. Yeah, I think we're doing good. My brain hurt, but it's still running, so that's important. I'm gonna need a few torches so I can go hunting for some copper down below. Because we need the copper to actually make the pipes and all that. You get the gist. A little copper goes a long way. Let's not place that on there. There we go. Anything around here? I'm not seeing any copper right now. What's up here? I don't know, maybe I can find some up here somewhere. Aha! That is a lot of copper. And gravel. But still copper. There we go. Easy peasy, supplies. Nothing too bad so far, other than a little bit of a gravel, but honestly that's fine. Give me your copper. 21 copper, not a bad haul, not a bad haul at all. That's iron over there, okay. Don't really need it at the moment. We're pretty well stocked on iron, so that's not really a problem for us right now. Charcoal in a weathered brick format. Okay, sure, I guess. I mean, we'll take it. It's useful, but okay. A little bit of charcoal. Oh shit. Any other threats that I need to think of right now? Any other devices I need to think of right now? Randomium being bounced by having tons of tech order blocks in the pack is fine to me. Well, yeah, that's basically what it is. It can give you anything. It can give you a nether star, it can give you random crud. Or it can give you charcoal. It'll also do that. I mean, it's useful, don't get me wrong. I'm not going to say no to charcoal, but how do I make a standard charcoal out of this? Really? I can't make standard charcoal? So I even have to get the... Okay. I have to make a standard block of charcoal in order to make that even useful. Oh. That's not, that ain't great. It is a pretty good idea for randomium. It's a solid idea. Just obnoxious, but still solid. Any other ores that we can really... Right. Welcome to Furnace Town. How tough are ya? Ba-dum ba-dum bum 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 bum. Alright, we need to check this. It's the limit. It's the limit. Limit. That's as far as it'll go. That's frustrating, I gotta admit. Heat, by the way. Well, thank you for the tip. Must admit, getting a little frustrated with this. Because now it'll flow just fine, won't it? Okay, so what if I... What if... We need to build a maintenance tunnel for this damn thing. It's not glorious, but it's something. No, not like that. I don't want it to go in circles. This way? If I take it this path... Will this work? That's the question. I don't honestly know. Are those grass blocks? Oh, because it got sprayed by water. Right. Yeah, that would do it. Okay, so I need a little bit more copper to make the rest of the pipes that we need. God damn it. Why must this be so complicated? Why, game, why? At least we're making progress. There we go. Just how to find the best way to enter the bed, you know? You gotta make sure that you got the right entry angle in order to avoid getting catapulted off into the ether. You gotta get it just right. Yeah, might. Ah, well. That'll suffice, I think. And back into it. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 6 blocks there. Or not blocks, ingots there. There we go. Yeah, I might need that. Not as of yet. But I do think that at some point I'm going to have to go ahead and make like a behind-the-scenes farm. Make a something to actually handle the immense amount of food diversity required by the plot. That sort of thing. Plop that there. Let's see how this flows. Okay, it's going through here. It's going through here. Where does your lava come from? We've got a hose pulley that goes down to a lava river. It ain't infinite, mind, but it is functional. Okay, so it just didn't like being in the chassis, huh? Okay, well, that's certainly something. At least it's working now. Yeah, I'll give you a quick show. We are pulling lava from way over here. This thing. This thing goes down to a lava river deep, deep, deep underground. And that underground river is not infinite, but it is plenty. It'll function just fine. We also have a lot of it, so we have a lot on store. We'll be able to see when it starts to empty out, and we're not going to really have much issue acquiring it. Is this 1.16? Let me double check. Yes, 1.16.5. It's not the most recent, but it is a functional build. Yep. That allows us to see if iron is flowing at the moment. And let's fill it. It's still pretty good, yeah. How much iron we got? 8 ingots. That's 68. No. 63 plus addition. No, yeah, that's 72 electron tubes worth. A lot, but not enough. We need more. More iron. Yeah, that'll have to do. Fill this sucker with iron. Iron. Okay. Next step. Crud. We need to actually get some power down here. Something to run the devices. Not good. But goes like this. Like this. Not good. I'm trying to find a good spot to really get some power out of this. It's turning like this. Then it hits here and it goes the wrong way. If we hit here, also the wrong way. There really isn't a good way to put this, huh? Oh, how my belt mesh has betrayed me. Throw that there. There we go. That should theoretically grant me access enough. Want that dirt? Yep, there we go. That'll grant me access to a belt going the same way that I want this one to go. Hooray for back access. Baccess. There we go. Dear God. The pain of creates meshing. A couple belts, just because I'm pretty sure we're going to need a second one. Probably. Yep. Maintenance access. That should go the right way now. Why won't you empty into this? It does work. Okay, then. Now we just need to set up the deployers. And all that. Jesus Christ. This is gonna be hell to make look decent. But I'll do my best. I'll do my best. Next floor. Straight down again. digging into the pit. So we're going to need a pair of hoppers. One for each deployer. And we're going to need a third deployer, which is basically just there for show. Beep boop. Okay, get melted contraption. Guess we can make a copper can of it. What do we need for a copper can? I imagine copper, but I mean... Stackable container holding 1 ingot of fluid. That's not bad. Not bad at all. I'm not sure why they're stackable, but okay. Why would you stack cans of copper? No, I'll never know. I don't think I will. Throw these in here. I think we're very close to completion of this accursed construct. Once it is... Okay, then. Spout a droplet of molten iron onto the rose quartz crystal to create a fully functional electron tube. Okay. Let's take a look at this. Whoa, look at that. Second coating layer. Yep, the requirement does not necessarily call for automation. And then we're going to make some precision mechanisms, and we're probably also going to have to make a brass smeltery. Because precision mechanisms are mostly used for those sorts of things. But we're getting close. Okay. We're getting tantalizingly close. Wrong thing. There we go. Alright. A couple of hoppers means 10 iron and 2 chests. We don't have enough wood for 2 chests, so we're gonna have to go out and grab some. Deployers means 8 sheets of gold crumped, and there we go. As well as a pair of machine boxes. Those machine boxes will be used for the deployers. No, sorry, we need 3 of them, 1 for the final step of a screwdriver. Right. That is a thing that we need to pay attention to. On top of that... What else do we need? I guess I don't need to carry the flukes around with me everywhere. We don't need a hopper for the final line. Or the final chunk, I guess. But we do need one for the ending of it, so that we can hold on to a large quantity of precision mechanisms. 10 ingots for the hoppers necessary. My brain is being steadily fried. It's casing. 16 kinetic assemblies. Something to work with. Something to build up. Okay, so we also need to build some andesite casings. Cool. Break down the gold so that we have something to work with. Make some copper ingots. Dear God. A little bit of work on this. There we go, that'll be that handled. We need a little bit of... deployers are going down there. I guess I can set up some... I can set up the hoppers, so we don't need to worry. We could just automate this, or at least start it going. Wrong way. So I need a gearbox. Belt. And now we just need the box to actually make the belt go. We're getting close, though. I can almost taste victory. Almost taste the next step. I know brass allows us to access some of the more advanced techniques that exist in Create. Some of the brass machinery are very strong and useful. Always good to have. We're not going to run low on rose quartz anytime soon. It's really just the iron that we're going to have issues with. Because the iron is not in a opportune position, let's call it. It's kind of difficult to actually move it all the way over there, so... That is what it is, right? I could also set up a grinder specifically for it, but... That seems excessive, I guess? Yeah, I think I'll set up a grinder specifically for it once stream's done. That way we can pretty easily set that up so that it doesn't really need any exterior input. It'll just continuously make electron tubes. I need to play... Oh, that's the... I need to place this over here. Oh, it's running. Cool. Good, that'll do its thing. Now I'll try to fill that up. Fill this with gold so that we can actually process all of it. It's a little weird that the deployers require gold. They need the Midas touch. I don't get why, but it is what it is, so... You know, I'll work with it. I'm not entirely sure how I'll get this to work. Kind of tight quarters. Might have to fiddle with it a bit. But I'll make it work, so don't worry about that. Fill this with liquid butter. I guess the idea is that the gold wouldn't react with anything it's holding. Because gold's more or less non-reactive. But even then, that's kind of like a questionable understanding of it. I mean, you'd think after a while the deployers would have malformed hands. I need 3 of these. Right, I need another machine box. That can be arranged. I really need to make myself a toolbox. One of those would help a lot. Golden hands. And, right, I need to actually make the boxes. There we go. Kinetic assemblies, go burr. Andesite machine, golden hand, deployer. Wonder when this thing is gonna stop working, because it will eventually. It's just a matter of when. And I don't know when that will be. There we go. Plus a few of these here shafts in order to properly make this function. Add on a belt, and we got a working assembly line. A janky one, yes, but a working one. God, we're so close. Alright, this goes here, this goes here. Right, belt. And a funnel we have, good. Need a funnel. Always gotta have a funnel. There we go. That'll help out a little bit. We are going to have to fill these things up to the goddamn brim, but for now, we survive with what we have. We have a little bit of Certus on standby. Oh god, we're going to have to... We're gonna have to find a way to separate out one each. Is there a way to round robin it? I guess we could do a collector, which then just determines every other one that just shoves ahead. Oh god, that's gonna be a pain. Yeah, every other pure source quartz is going to have to be handled separately and thrown off onto a separate belt for processing into Certus quartz seeds so that they can go right back onto the belt for processing into additional Certus. Jesus. I think it can still be done with our current setup, though. All we'd have to do is modify the chutes. Which means modifying the melter. But that can be arranged still. Anyways. Where were we? Right. Building the little funny precision screwdriver. A little bit of lapis, which we don't have. We'll have to go down and grab some. Shouldn't be hard, just need to go down and grab a little bit of blue stuff. God, I'm getting a little sapped. I gotta admit. I'm getting a bit mentally tired, you know? Oh, hey. Ender Boy. Got him. There we go. It's the only bad thing. Yeah, trying to make the Certus quartz thing is going to be a real pain in the butt. About modern Minecraft. Brain hurt. Yeah, I was going to show off the lava river that we were tapping into. Yeah, we got this thing that's being our lava source at the moment. From problem solving and designing, yeah. Yeah, it is what it is. I mean, to be fair, this is a challenge mod pack, so... Not exactly the easiest to deal with. I can only imagine this would be even harder if you actually had a job of problem solving and designing things. I do like it though. It's nice to have a little bit of a brain teaser after brain teaser type deal. Let's grab our Ender Pearl fragments. There we go. Blue dye. I don't know why it needs a blue dye, but sure. Screwdriver. Army the Deployer 2. Okay. Second assembly line. Completed. Let's test this well, no, we still need to power it. And the deployers, actually. Not sure why I forgot about those. This one doesn't care about rotation, so... all we really need is a belt. A belt will do just fine. Still need to actually provide power to them, but... oh, I can just do it like this. A gearbox and some belts should do just fine. God. How do I solve this rotational problem? Gearbox. There we go. Done. Easy peasy. It's always... the answer is always gearbox. Why would it be anything else? Gearbox. Is there a problem with your rotation? Gearbox. It'll fix it for you. It may take a few of them, but gearbox will do it. We finally hit overstressed. That's impressive. Experience the limits of stress firsthand. Well, you know what that means. All we're gonna do... build a second gearbox, because it always fixes things. I'm amazed that we finally hit stress. That being said, however... overstress is fairly easy to fix with windmills. Make a gearbox. Make a, not a mechanical, a windmill bearing. And make another windmill. Same verse, second verse, same as the first. That requires a slab, right? And we don't exactly have any at the moment, but we can make one with these oak planks. Simple as. Oh, we've already got some growing. Oh, whatever, we can throw a second one on. There we go. What we're gonna do is we're gonna do the same thing we did at the very start. We're gonna make a windmill. Windmill 2, rotation boogaloo. Windmill. Shouldn't take us too long. As long as we make it the same, it'll be fine. We are going to need more sheep, but, you know, that's doable. I still need to decorate this thing. I said I would, and then I didn't. Second gearbox to make that to actually rotate the same way. Rotato the same way. We're gonna need some spruce to make this gantry that well, not gantry. Scaffolding that we require. We're also going to need a lot of sheep wool, but that can be arranged because we have sheep. A lot of sheep, actually. I'm actually kind of surprised we actually hit good old scaffolding and planning, pretty much. Didn't take us long to make it either, so I mean, there's that. I think we don't need a lot of spruce. We just need enough spruce, really. Not a lot, just enough. So this should be a satisfactory quantity. That's nice. Alright. Straight up here. And that will give me just enough clearance to get underneath the thing every time. That should be plenty. It's a shame we don't actually have any scaffold, but, you know, it is what it is. Hehe. Oh, no, that's not quite enough. We need one more out. One more out, and then we can start working on our spin device. Okay, this isn't going to be enough ladders, but, you know, that's fine. There we go. Why don't I have a... I have a single chunk of uncured rubber for some reason. Huh. There we go. Okay. Next step. Harvest a bunch of sheep. Go figure. No, there's just some dude with a... You... Okay. Ow. Shot. Yeah, I really need to make a proper containment for that, so that enemies can't get into it. Ah, well, it is what it is. We got 2 wool spare from the last time we did this. We need a full stack's worth. Wow, that is impressive. They actually nailed the belt hard enough that it's just stopped stock still in there. Huh. On top of this, we're also going to need sticks. So many sticks. Sticks should be relatively easy to get. All you have to do is chop down stuff and, you know, splinter them off into sticks. Go figure. We're going to need more ladders for that scaffold, though. 1, 2, 3. Okay, so one more batch should be enough to finish off the scaffold. Or at least the first part of the scaffold. We should probably place down the chest for the finished results. Yeah. Finished results go here. They also get the depot so that it goes in. There we go. Now we can dump off all the spare parts. Nope. Don't need any of these. I freed up some space. A little bit. Yeah. Okay, so what if I were to do... Yeah, I got an idea. So what if... What if instead of chopping down trees ourselves, you know, manually like a peasant... What if? What if we made a fancy little machine called a sawmill? And just went to town on it. We do this. Same machine. 4 of these, 4 of these, 1 of you. Throw you onto the depot. Yeah. This might be more efficient. Because if I remember correctly, sawmills will chop down any tree that they manage to break the last block connecting them to the ground. So, okay then. Well, we'll just sleep until day. There we go. And grab the wool before we go so that we don't miss out on any. There we go. Alright, let's try this out. Because theoretically this would work. And I see the perfect first target. Okay, then owls. Set this here. Right, I need a hand crank. Something to, you know, spin it a little bit. Give it a little bit of a spin. I wonder how the hell they make those sawmills omnidirectional. Because you can spin them in any way and they don't care. So how the hell do you pull that off? Right, I left the hand crank on the, on that thing. We got a pair of hand cranks there, actually. The water isn't going to move anytime soon, so we don't need the crank there. It's just sort of there. We can take that. It's already in its place, it doesn't need to be moved again. Easy peasy. Next step. We go over here and start cranking stuff. Cranking shit. Shouldn't take long. Assuming this technique works, we should be in and out without any issue. Oh, jeez. Okay, then, yeah, that works really freaking well. Well, then. That's certainly an interesting technique, sure. Good to know. Note to self, always, 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 always bring the sawmill on lumbering expeditions. Oh, there we go. That works surprisingly well. And we got a lot of sticks out of it, too. And we can convert all of this into charcoal, so that'll help out a lot. Give wood. It does hover launch some of them, so there's that. God damn, that is a lot of fur. Well, worth it, I'd say. A good experiment. Now, Ginger, so find and equip everyone's clothes armor because someone did a poll. Made them all strip. How dare they? The colony has temporarily become a nudist colony. Good luck, Ginger. I think we're making good progress. One more and that should do it. One more off the docket. A little excessive, but you know what? That's fine. And all we got left to do is wait. Chill. Allow the sheep to do their thing. They didn't leave the pen, even though they're You're very much able to. I guess we could breed them. Give them something to do, you know? With 28 pawns, it's hell. I imagine so. No kidding. That should do it. Shame I can't share the small sheeps. Ah, well. And now we wait. Hello, sheeps. Give me your wool, please. I desire wool. Give wool. Oh, they actually chopped something down. That's surprising. But okay. Yeah, they actually chopped some chopped apple slices. There we go. Come on, sheep. There's grass right there. Well, I guess watch sheep never eat. It's unfortunate. We are gonna have to acquire some stuff. So, sales. Huh. Iron nuggets, huh? So we're gonna need a stack's worth of them. Yeah, it can be done. Or I guess 2 stacks worth of them. Still very much doable. Done. Yeah, we can't unfortunately finish up our machine until we get enough stress to actually handle it. Because right now, that's just not in the cards. Unfortunately. Tragically. We can still finish the rest of it, though. We're gonna need a way to get that to go somewhere. Not the way we want to go. That is the way we want to go, though. So we can drop another belt going down to that belt down here, and that'll allow us to get the devices to do their thing pretty easily. It shouldn't take us long to set it up either. Throw these together into a chest. Because I want to make sure that we're constantly doing something at least. Not just waiting for sheep to, you know, eat. Like we currently are, but... You know, there's only so much I can do about it. Sadly. What the hell does this guy want? Bubble coral. Okay, buddy. Give wool. Acquire these. I guess we could start building it. Just, you know, get to work on it. It won't give us all of the parts we need, but it'll give us some of them. We can always get an idea of what exactly we need to add next. Oh yeah, we need a little bit more bladders. That can be arranged. Yep. A little bit more sticks. The iron will remain the same, so we should be fine on that. Okay, so it looks sort of like this. Five. I got a 5 by 5 square, followed by, or preceded by a 1 by 1 square, I guess. Not there. I need my wrench, because apparently the wrench works on sails. Nope. Okay. God damn, why do they have to be so big? These things are gigantic. Okay, ow. Okay. 2, 3, 4, 5. There we go. That's one blade. Not great, but it is something. We do need to build the others, though, unfortunately. God, I wish I could just rotate it. Like, so that I can spin it around and get access to another blade. Oh, you can check which direction you want to go. That's useful. I don't even need that. I can just set its direction of rotation. Alright, let's grab some more spruce. That way we can actually build the scaffolding out to the sides and upwards a bit more. I'm thinking upwards is going to be the last direction we go because, I mean, it's going to require more effort to actually make happen. Way more effort to make happen. But it can still be done. Yeah. Yeah. I know this part is kind of boring. I apologize. It is what it is. I kind of have to do this. If I don't do this, then we don't have the power to actually run everything. Unfortunately, this game does take account of everything. Or at least of everything it's told to. God, I really want to play Neverwinter Nights now. Or Baldur's Gate or something. Damn it. You got me into the mood for that sort of thing. How dare he? I really do like Neverwinter Nights and Baldur's Gate, though. They did some really good stuff. They're really cool games. I never played the original Baldur's Gate, but the newer one? Hell yeah. There's some horrifying stuff that exists in that. Some real body horror. God, the beginning of the game involves you getting a freaking worm in your eye. As horrifying as that sounds. Give me the planks. There we go. Illithids are a terrifying species. They do a lot of messed up stuff. That's right. And they don't care, because, I mean, they're illithids. What the hell are they gonna do about it? It's just in their nature. Unlike the real world, illithids are just pretty much evil because they are. And it's part of how they breed. Fucking weird creatures. Although there are some non-evil illithids in Baldur's Gate as well, which is kind of nice. Nice to see some non-evil evil creatures, you know? Kind of cool to see. There we go. Dealt with. Set this up. Handle our sails. And a little bit more. We're very close. All we need is the last few snips of the sheep and we should be set. God, why is it always sheep that are the bottleneck? Every single time I got a bottleneck, it's always because of these woolly buggers. I need 5 more wool before I can actually finish this off. Make that 4. Give wool. There we go. Just enough to finish off our windmill, I think. Might want to increase the population. Maybe. Huh. Okay, then. Sail frames are neat, but not necessary. I guess the idea behind sail frames is that you can basically make big old walls out of them. Like, grating out of them. You don't need any glue to attach them to anything, they'll just kind of stick to it anyways. So you can bop players out of position or something. That would be an interesting trap, making some sort of gigantic sail that just sweeps enemies into a pit. And the last few bits. There we go. We'll see how this rotates. From there we'll decide whether or not it goes clockwise or counterclockwise. All this spruce will do us good for making a nice little shell for our windmill. Something to work with, you know? Windmill done. I went a little low on the scaffolding, but it's honestly fine. Who cares? It's scaffolding, it's not gonna last anyways. There we go. No wood in there, which is weird. Huh. This must have burned away or something. Ah, well. It's a little bit of extra wood, who cares? Oh, we got a duck. Ducko. Let's see how this thing works. Alright, so we need to rotate the other way around then. Good to know. Set up some... We need a chassis on this so that we can actually switch direction. Or alternatively, we can just throw a gearbox on. Yeah, okay, a gearbox. For the aesthetic. That should double up our stress capacity. Meaning we can pull off even more creations. The stress is no longer at its breaking point. We can rotate harder. I do really want to make some sort of like Apex base or something. Designed primarily for aesthetic, but also being ridiculously functional because of the sheer amount of create implemented into it. That'd be really cool. You know what I mean? Like, something that's, in any other situation would be absolutely useless because of how, like, spacious or something it is. But just because of how much create shenanigans has been put into it, it's actually functional, somehow. God, that would be cool. Ah, yes, we got a tunnel that leads all the way to the break room, a good 50 chunks away. Now, you could walk, or you could take the tram. That sort of thing. An over-engineered base of operations. Designed to work around creates bullshit. The moment it gets overstressed, the entire place shuts down because it can't handle it. Excellent. Now we just need a funnel and to add in some kinetic mechanisms. Andesite funnel. Grab you. We are gonna have to go back and optimize a little bit. That's just kind of how it's gonna be. Or at least I am, because I'm gonna be doing a lot of this stuff offline, so... optimizing, reinforcing, refining, all that good stuff. See how this works. Looks functional to me. Keep on deploying. Complex curiosities. Last thing we need to do, make a brass machine. This does mean that we actually have to finally make something that I've been putting off for a long time. And that is making brass, because brass is kind of annoying. We need a mixer, and we need a pair of smelters. And then we need a table with an ingot mold in it. Because brass can't really be made the standard way. I mean, you can try, but not a good idea. Yeah, no, you can't. The only way... Actually, let's see if I can find it in brass. Brass ingots. You can induct them, which is probably the best way of doing it. You can cast them, naturally, by making molten brass. You can trade for them with a lot of silver coins. You can automate that. Automated packing. Molten brass. Requires zinc and copper mixed up in a basin. Simple as. That's really the only way you got it. Slimewood is brass? Okay. Cool. So, next thing we have to do, make another mixer and make a basin. Then we need a couple of pumps. We need a couple of pipes just to meld the stuff together in a single area. Really make it slosh together and all that. Andesite. A little bit of wood. Throw that together into a box of mechanisms. We don't have the iron on hand, but we might have it in storage. There we go. Easy peasy. Stomp away. There we go. Iron sheets. There we go. machine and a whisk, and we get a mechanical mixer. Grab this lapis, because we don't need it in here, we need it in here. Make a basin. There we go. I'm thinking we can set it up here, because we need the space for it, honestly. We really do need the space for it. How can we set this up? Yep. Yep. And we're going to need the mixer on top. Those things take up quite a bit of space for a single alloy. Brass. Your ass is brass. Set up some pumps so that we have something to work with. Ow. Do you mind? Rather rude of them. I don't know what the hell was up with that. We need our wrench. There we go. Grab this. Nope. There we go. Alright. I don't want this interacting with that. Just like this. Yeah, that'll have to do. A little bit of copper alloy to work it. Or, sorry, copper casing to lock it in place, because I don't want the copper or zinc to go right back into their respective holding casings. Sounds like an awful idea. Okay. We're gonna have to find a way to actually make this work, though. And I'm thinking, with liberal use of cogs, what else will we use? Just cogs. Just cogs. Ooh, what's that? Brass encased shaft. Ooh. Very fancy indeed. You know what I'd like to see? I'd like to see some sort of a tension spring in this sort of mod pack. If I could move around rotational force by like moving a gantry or something with a tension spring, that'd be really cool. Because that is a thing in Clockworks, where what you'll do is you'll just make this really tight spring, and then put it into like a watch or something, and there you go, you got your power source. A little spring that just slowly unwinds. It's really cool. Oh yeah, this works pretty well actually. A couple gearboxes and we should be set. I need one casing, 2 batches of cogs, making 3 gearboxes. Maybe not 3, but 2 also works, yeah. Belts. Gotta go to draw, so see you later. Well, thank you very much for stopping by. I appreciate it every single time. I hope you have good luck with your drawing. Laura knows I am pretty freaking lazy with drawing, so... I haven't ever been able to stick with it myself. Best of luck, friend. Goodbye. 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 I'll be here just working away at this device. This accursed device. And there's our spin. That's facing the exact wrong way, but you know what? We can fix that. There we go. That's one thing handled. Next. Plop that there. I've been lazy, that's why I've been trying to draw every day. See ya. Goodbye, friend. Goodbye. Goodbye. Best of luck. I hope your motivation stays on target. Okay, so we need a... We need some sort of filter. That way we can actually make sure that we're getting the right stuff. We also need to get a path for this lava to make it all the way over to the other stuff. The actual points where it needs to fuel. This does have a pump, right? Yep. I'll do it. Okay, good. It is steadily flowing. Block these off so they don't flood. Not enough. Not enough pumping power, eh? Unfortunate, but we can handle that, I think. Yeah, that can be done. First, though, we need to actually make the destination so we know where it's winding up. And if it's hitting the right spots, because I want to make sure that it is actually hitting up the points that I want it to. I don't want it to go where I don't want it to go. Set these up. Easy peasy. 6, 7, 8. Yeah. Hello, Fumsh. I wonder how our... Yeah, we're a little low on sediment strainers. Could be better, but we'll be fine for now. There we go. And set this charcoal in here. That'll cook nice and easy. We don't have to worry about it. We can just focus on other stuff while it's cooking. We need... Actually, we need more glass than that. We're gonna need another another 8th stack. Shouldn't be too hard to get. It's okay. Okay, 6, 7, 8. Hello, Cherry Bear. Welcome, welcome. How you doing? Good, I hope? I've mostly just been busy, chewing away at this frickin' mind game of a mod pack. It's going alright. My brain is a little fried, but otherwise I'm doing fine. Unfortunately, this mod pack is a bit of a... I don't know. It's like a... It's kind of like having a... brain teaser that you're trying to work your way through, you know? Difficult, but satisfying when you get it done. We've spent pretty much all day doing this. All of these machines were placed here today. And this is all to build one specific thing. Make things, break things, exactly. Mostly make things, but occasionally break things. What we got here, to give a little bit of a brief explanation. Water comes in from the river. That water is then mixed in with some sort of weird rock that makes a volatile solution, which we then discharge Certus quartz into. That's where the volatile solution is made. It is a lot of making. Volatile solution is mixed with water to make volatile sky solution. It gets pumped out through here into here, which gets mixed with a charged Certus quartz. You don't need to know what that is. It's just a fantasy thing. To make a destabilized redstone solution, which then gets pumped down through these casings here into this basin here, which is mixed with something we don't currently have at the moment, pure Certus quartz crystal, to make polished rose quartz, which goes down here to get sprayed down with some liquid iron to make electron tubes, which then get added to these deployers to make these. It's a lot of work, and the other half of the machine is all based around making those crystals that I was talking about. We don't have any spare, but it basically just sprays it down with a bunch of water until it grows, and it keeps doing that over and over again until eventually you get your crystal. It sounds more complex than it is. It's more just obnoxious to actually set it up. So that's why it's taken us 4 hours and 4.5 hours, give or take, to actually make that thing. One machine completed. And now we're working on making a device that will allow us to make large quantities of brass. A copper zinc alloy. This brass will allow us to make some fancy casings, which we will need to actually make use of those mechanisms that we've been making. And just as a heads up, that is absolutely not a precise design. That design is a little flubbernucked, let's say. Alright, so we got our melters in place. This one will be for copper, this one will be for zinc, or whatever. As long as they do the thing, that's all that matters. We're going to need a filter on this. Because otherwise that thing's just not going to work. Okay, so we have a little bit of copper to spare, but not a lot. I think we can melt up... Okay, so each individual ingot is worth 144 millibuckets. That means we need about a block's worth... Well, no, we're mixing it with the other one, so... Give me a second. I need to whip out a calculator here. I cannot multiply 3-digit numbers. 144 times 3. Okay, so we need 4 ingots of each. Because that'll produce 576 millibuckets per quantity. And once we mix it, it's going to turn into over 1,000, but... Mix copper and gold to make rose gold. Oh no, it's not even that. So we need... Yeah, we need like 8 of them. Game should not require mathing. Well, yeah. Normally it doesn't. Minecraft is not usually this precise, but we're doing a challenge mod pack called Create Above and Beyond, which does require a little bit of math in order to make it work. Thankfully, there is room for error. It's not exactly immediate failure if we muck it up. Spin. Yeah, no, wait, right, that thing exists. Oops. Well, that was stupid of me. Okay, what happened there was I forgot to close the pipe. So all of our copper sprayed out the end. God damn it. Well, can't melt fluid pipes. God damn it. Okay, I'm gonna have to go hunting for some more copper. Clearly. That was mine to lose. God damn. Well, that's what happens. Blah, 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 blah. Gonna head to bed, don't feel the greatest? Well, that's unfortunate. Hopefully you feel better soon, Dark Angel. Thank you very much for stopping by. I always appreciate it. Goodbye, Dark Angel. Hope you feel better in the morning. Alright, so we need a little bit more copper to make this work. All that bubbling copper is nice and all, but not super useful in that state. That's not even the final frickin' part of this. We're still gonna have to actually pipe out that brass into a casting table. Once we do that, then we might be able to pull that off. A lot of steps. Each step individually isn't that complicated. Go together some sticks. Grab some coal, because we don't really care about coal. We now have a way to make vast quantities of charcoal, so that's not exactly an issue. Now we just have to go hunt down some frickin' copper. Copper, being a relatively shallow vein of metal, doesn't require a lot of spelunking. It's actually pretty shallow. Shadow that. There we go. There should be some copper. Now what we're looking for is that, actually, right there. Because the Create Mods copper has the unique property of oxidizing when it's exposed to air for long enough. We don't really need the signs. That'd be quick. Yep. It was quicker than I was expecting. Usually it takes me a while to find the stuff. So as you can see, we got green copper on the outside, but on the inside we got nice orangey copper. As we work away at this, that orange copper is going to steadily oxidize into a green. It's got a few different steps. It's pretty cool. I'll leave a chunk of it exposed without being tapped into for a little bit. Pop that down. And the best part about this is that we don't really even need to process it much, because normally we would throw it into a melter anyways. It's just a matter of this melter is hooked up to a basin. So it doesn't really need to do much. Oh yeah, this one's starting to fade in its coloration. Look it up. Oh, there's a few different kinds. Occultism is in here. Oh yeah, that's the demon summoning one. Right. Summon demons for relatively mundane things. Hello, yes, can you multiply this ore for me? Thank you. Might as well dump off some torches into here so we don't have as much spawning. It's actually threatening. Back the hell out. Very spooky. There's some nickel here. We don't really care about nickel right now. We don't have any use for Invar right now. Invar being one of the most common modded metals in Minecraft, just because Tinker's Construct did it first. It is an alloy of about 2 to 1 iron nickel. It's a really weird metal. Basically, Invar is an alloy that doesn't really care about temperature all that much. Generally speaking, if you're working with Invar, you can be pretty certain that Invar is not going to change in size very much when it comes to heating. It'll melt, same as any other metal, but it won't actually expand or contract all that much. Which makes it really interesting. Also fairly effective at being... I guess you could use it for like chassis mostly. The exterior of a machine, because you wouldn't have to worry about it crushing the components by getting cooled. It's really neat. That being said, the exact mixture is not exactly a 2-to-1. It's around there, but it's not quite that. Unfortunately. Sadly, Minecraft is not real life. You can't just use the Invar recipes in there. Although, that would probably still work okay. It makes some variant of Invar. Well, yeah, durable. At least in Minecraft it is. In Minecraft it's this tougher iron, basically. It's an ingot's worth that'll soon be seen and sucked down. There we go. We should be seeing about enough molten brass to actually make the filter. Mixer go burr. Okay, we don't have enough. God damn it. So close, yet not quite. Yep, okay, yeah, we're just gonna have to accept that, unfortunately. It just is what it is. Toss the copper in there. There we go, that should be the last of it. Yeah, I apologize for my jerky mouse movements. Finally, some molten brass. I'll accept it. Release the brass. We do need to actually build a device. A smart filter. Or, sorry, a liquid filter, that's the term. I don't know how the hell it filters the liquid, but it does. That's the important part. This will allow us to make absolutely sure that the only stuff we're getting is brass. I don't know how the hell they filter that, but they do. Make a sealed mechanism, spread it around a copper casing, get a copper machine. That allows us to make a smart fluid pipe. There we go. This brass shall do it nicely for us. Just get rid of the rest of it. Yeah, there we go. It spat out its lunch. There we go. Now all we need is a casting table. And a cast. Magic, exactly. That is exactly how. It's just magic. Just trust them on this one, okay? Throw this down here. Grab you. Smelt some gold. Even though gold would be probably a pretty bad idea for a cast, but whatever. And now it'll suck down that. Throw it into here. And provide us with brass. Just have to wait. Or not, okay. Or it'll just empty. Okay. Okay. I think I have an idea. I'm pretty sure I saw this somewhere. We're actually going to have to make that into a copper area. Alright, so we're going to need some copper anyways. What we're going to do is we're going to use a spout to fill it. Put it bluntly. Spouts are pretty nice to have. They're decent. They are basically just a simple way to spew a liquid into a thing below. That's it. They work exactly how I'd expect in real world. We need a little bit of copper. We can refine from this dust. We can make a stack at least. A full-on block of it. Because it only takes, I think, 27 dust to make a block. More or less. It's not a lot, but we only really need one. Because we need a casing. Throw that on there. Grab some more mechanisms, probably some more rubber. Something useful. Huzzah, rubber. The good stuff. Charred rubber. Usable, functional, efficient. Used for belts mostly, but still pretty nice to have in general. Throw up this. Makes a casing. Throw up this. Copper mechanism. Or sorry, machine. You still need the iron to make a hopper, because spouts require that. It's like the nozzle. No, that's plenty. That'll work lovely. Wonderfully, even. Throw that in there. Grab some fir planks. Throw them in together in a chest. Throw the iron together, and there we go. It's a lot of steps for a very simple device. I'm pretty sure this works. We also require a copper pipe. That's going to be a little bit, or at least a few copper pipes. That's going to be a little bit more, but thankfully we have the copper for it, so it's not exactly an issue. And there we go. All the copper you could need. At least for a little while. Collect our materials, throw them together into pipes. And that should do the trick. Oh, rude. There we go. Set that there, set this here. If we throw together a wrench. Yeah, there we go. It does indeed work. Actual alloys. Huh. Brass item pipes could be useful. This will hold on to it, make sure that we have all the materials we need. Yeah. Only 6 blocks, or not 6 blocks, 6 ingots of brass. Truly a tragedy. But also enough. enough to make us a very nice machine frame. And from this, we reach a new area. With this final piece, we can finally reach the third age of this mod pack. I guess you can call them ages, yeah. They're basically ages. Set down some precision mechanisms, add a brass casing, and you got a brass machine. Ugh. There's that done. Took us a while. I don't know why it didn't put any fanfare. I think we deserve it. Yeah, only one ingot. No, that's unfortunate. Still, it's an ingot. I'm not going to complain about that. Alluring expedience is not yet done, though. We still have the magmatic exploits. We need to go deeper. Access to zinc machines will require for some engineering in another dimension. Even if it's literally hell, a change of scene will always bring forth new ideas and inspirations. After hitting the check mark above, additional quests located in the second chapter will be revealed. Copper machinery, zinc machinery. The catharsis. The groundwork has been laid with all that has been created so far. The pace should really pick up from here. Producing components for inductive technology relies on very peculiar techniques, though with all the new equipment ready, automating even the more convoluted interactions should become a cakewalk. After hitting the check mark above, the third chapter of the factory guide will become accessible from the quest sidebar. Behold the shenanigans! I like mobs, actually. An automation alternative to the spirit cycle is to set up a monster spawner of some kind. In order to produce gunpowder, bone meal, and enderdust, the peculiar slimy fern can be used as an alternative to monster farms. Roam the lands for a bit and look out for egregiously vibrant spots of color in the vegetation. Don't forget to bring shears. Good progress in one day, indeed. Creating paintballs requires a significant amount of liquid byproduct, which has to be disposed of before it starts clogging up the production line. Painting space itself. Mysterious biomass. The spirit cycle. Slimy ferns have the property of instant regeneration when exposed to spirit fire. Much like the quartz incubator in the other factory, we can use this property to create a passive supply. Cut the fern plant into halves using the deployer, then throw one of the leaves into spirit fire. It is recommended to ensure that all colors of fern are duplicated at similar rates. Create spirit fire by tossing a demon's dream fruit on the floor and then setting a fire on its base. Oh, and keep a backup of each fern somewhere safe. Route the excess leaves into a crusher in preparation for the upcoming magic trick. Transmuting the green reactive blend requires very special heating conditions only available on campfires or stoves. This contraption will need this special ability to both place and collect items from these places. Huh. Okay. For this next trick, a supply of wooden sticks is required. Whether that calls for a new harvester or just a scheduled shipment from contraption 1 is up to you. Keeping stock. A few of the following contraptions involve dropping items on the ground whenever a process will not backstack on overflow. Example, belt items waiting automatically. It is important to toggle off production at certain buffer thresholds. More concretely, when the output buffer exceeds 75%, stop producing items. Once it reaches below 25%, start the process up again. This prevents overflow and machines from spewing items everywhere. The stockpile switch is designed for this purpose exactly. Aside from the inductive mechanism, Invar machinery builds on a tough metal alloy between iron and nickel. Since the full refinement process of Invar takes a few lengthy steps, automation is recommended. More sand. We need to build the explosives needed for the reactor. Thankfully, new standards have allowed you to access to crushing wheels, making sand production a lot less of a nuisance. Crushing wheels, more cobblestone. Inception. By crushing the crushing wheels using crushing wheels, a strange anomaly is created and dropped. We can use this to our advantage. Okay, so we need to make crushing wheels, then we need to crush the crushing wheels with crushing wheels so that we get the crushing wheels to turn into singularities. Checker crafters. Use mechanical crafters to build TNT. Since most of its slots will have to be supplied individually, a mechanical arm might help for providing the necessary logistics. Checker crafters. Use mechanical crafters to build TNT. Since most of its slots will have to be supplied individually, a mechanical arm might help for providing the necessary logistics. Ender dust and singulators are consumed in a 1-to-1 ratio. They do not have to be in the exact same location. One TNT can transform multiple sets of ingredients. The result will drop at the location of the singularity item. I've always wondered how the hell to make refined radiance. Crushed it, exactly. The production of refined radiance requires either a steady supply of light-emitting blocks or an active beacon beam. Choose which path you would like to take and provide necessary preparation and automation. Colors refined. Use mechanical crafters to make chromatic compounds. Your favorite color. Pigment is needed. It is up to you which color dye should be automated for this purpose. The only exception is white. Draining the color's essence one too many times will create a mundane paintball not able to be used for further processing. Post-process is give it a crunch. That's really it. Then you make induction coils. It's really easy to make. Then you make inductive mechanisms. And you gotta arm up with resonators. Huh, that's a lot of steps right there. Jesus. The double-decker. For the almighty infernal mechanism, a bountiful source of soul essence is needed. Thankfully, the vines of the underworld seem to carry it in them. Twisting vines grow upwards. You can gather them using mechanical harvesters. Weeping vines grow downwards from a ceiling. You can gather them with mechanical harvesters. For style points, you can use the same contraption to harvest both vine types simultaneously. Blaze Escort. For the first time in the progression, a blaze burner is required. Obtain them by using empty blaze burners on blazes or their spawners. Okay. A lot of lava. Every zinc machine will end up using 24 buckets of lava in production. What the hell? It's not a great ecological footprint. Even just one hose pulley can make quick work of it. Well, that's, yeah, no kidding. Dropping the liquids into a precision mechanism will convert it into its infernal counterpart. Once again, fault automation of bonus mechanisms is not much pressing a task, since they do not lead to any further machines beyond their own. A semi-automatic setup for converting precision mechanisms whenever needed should suffice. Jesus Christ. 24. Jeez, okay, that's excessive. Excessive. Who needs 24 buckets? Okay, that's a thing. We could go for a nether star. Oh, Jesus. Chaotic alchemy, the alternative path. Into the box, melting the funds under machinery. Fluix machinery. We're about halfway there. Almost. I do want to do this infernal machinery. That seems like it would be very handy. From efficient cobblestone harvesters to long-range item collectors, a useful new suite of equipment now sits at the ready. Okay. We are going to have to go through alluring expedients here, which means we're going to need a contraption to harvest these. We're going to need to find them first off. A contraption to harvest these. Soul distillery. Liquid soul. Drop all the harvested vines into a heated mixing basin. Liquid soul. And this requires some sort of food item. Some sort of heated food item, for that matter. Blaze burners. Give it some food and it'll burn. Okay, blaze cakes work even better. The feeding process can be automated using deployers or mechanical arms. Okay. Well, the good news is we already have a blaze burner somewhere around here. Yeah, there we go. An empty one, but still a blaze burner. Vital. Alright, so I'm thinking we need to figure out what exactly we can make with these. We can make trade stations. Mechanical crafters are going to be vital. Item terminals. Oh, that's nice. Slots for putting items into the network. Allows viewing and requesting all items in the network. A ferro flare lantern, which places invisible lights. Numismatic dynamos, which use coins for fuel. Pipe pressurizers, which speed everything up, but requires power for it. Brass pipe modules, which is for the pipe networks. Brass tunnels. What's the difference here? Be used to cover up your belts. Okay. I know what andesite tunnels are. Filter slots on each open side. Oh, so we can use it to filter. Well, okay then. Inbound connections. Or outbound connections can be used to sort items by type. Well, would you look at that? Whenever a passing item has multiple valid exits, the distribution mode will decide how to handle it. Ooh. Brass tunnels and parallel belts will form a group. I see. Incoming items will now be distributed across all connected exits. Okay. For this, items can also be inserted into the tunnel block directly. Using a wrench, the distribution behavior of brass tunnels can be configured. Split will attempt to evenly distribute the stack evenly between available outputs. If an output is unable to take more items, it will be skipped. Forced split will never skip outputs, and instead wait until they are free. Round robin keeps stacks whole and cycles through outputs iteratively. Once again, if an output is unable to take more items, it will be skipped. However, you can also force it, so it never skips. Prefer nearest prioritizes the outputs closest to the item's input location. Okay. We're learning. Randomize will distribute whole stacks to randomly picked outputs. Synchronize inputs is a unique setting for brass tunnels. Items are only allowed past if every tunnel in the group has one waiting. Okay. This ensures that all affected belts supply items at the same rate. Okay. So if you need to supply both at the same time, that's going to be really important for the creation of that explosion thing. The creation of singularities. Because if we don't blow up the singularities without... if we don't blow them up with the ender dust, then we're not going to be able to pull it off, just flat out. It's not a thing we can do. It'll just get consumed and that's it. Okay. Okay, that's... interesting. Good to know. We are going to do the hell stuff first. And I'll have to clean this up and make it look prettier, but... do we have any food? Yes, I should probably toss the precision mechanisms into a chest first so that we can always access them later. Toss all the stuff we don't need on hand off to the side for now. Unfortunately, I can't just feed the... Well, can I feed the blaze burner bucket of lava? I might be able to, which would make it much easier because I could just run it off to the lava supply we already have. Alright, that should be everything. We're gonna have to find a way to access Hell's lava supply, aren't we? Yeah, we're gonna have to. Jesus Christ, okay. I'm thinking we can also start working on making interesting timing. Making it so that our precision mechanisms, or sorry, our kinetic mechanisms, our precision mechanisms, all that can be upgraded further, will be split up around Robin style into directly going into a box and going to their upgrade. So each one would have 3 separate paths that they can take. One to their side grade, one to their upgrade, and one to a box for us to directly use. Ow, right. Forgot about those fire flowers. Cheeky little things. Oh, we can use them for purifying soap. Huh. And for dyes. Okay, noted. Fire is still gonna light me on fire. Even if I punch it gone. Welcome to hell. How tough are you? We're thankfully pretty well armored, so we should be relatively fine. Just a matter of finding the necessary parts. Because we can set up the nether cultivator. Yeah, there we go. The nether cultivator pretty easily. Oh, great hoglins. They're giant pigs. That's what they are. Also tough as hell. But they got bacon. That's a plus. Visceral heap. Okay. That leads to a basalt delta. Not useful to us, because it doesn't have the warped vines. Sorry, warped or twisted vines. No, it's you. Oh Jesus, that's a lot of them. Okay, we need to retreat. No option. Back the hell off. How do we deal with that? Well, we could set up our boreal extractors to tap into the natural resin, let's call it, of hellbark. Hellbark generates lava in its arboreal extractors, so if we made enough of those, we could theoretically make some pretty nasty collection schemes. We would need a small plantation to handle the infernal mechanism call, though. Jesus. And disgusting is what it is. Aside from that, the liquid soul... If we get the cultivation chamber, we should be set. It'll be very dark in there, but honestly, I don't care. We'll be fine. A four-tall chamber with twisted vines and warped vines will result in everything we need when it comes to liquid soul. I was wondering how we would get vast quantities of that, honestly. But I don't think we're gonna have any luck with this. This is creepy. Withered Abyss. Yeah. A lot of black stone and crying obsidian. What's it good for? Respawn anchors, chunk loaders. And that's pretty much it. Okay. How do I guess I can make a... not a ladder, a staircase. Yeah, right here should do the trick. I'll mark it so I can see in the future. Oh, well, look at you. Aren't you handy? Thank you. X marks the spot. Warts. And the warts are vital. They allow us to make potions. Jesus, okay. There isn't really a good spot to get down there. Is there another way down this way that we can make some use of? That leads back to the visceral heap. A little lower, but still. Not ideal. Gotta love pathfinding in hell. Hello, Wither Skeleton. How are you today? I'm a little confused as to why there's, Endermen around here. Must admit, not exactly what I was expecting to find here. Ow. Well, there's our gateway. Huh. Looks like we're right on the crux of a basalt delta and a withering... Ooh, can't break. Withering area. Oh, hey, there's a hole. Cool. Not sure what the hell to do with these. I mean, we can turn them into standard bones, but... Oh, we can make black dye out of it. Okay. We can also make some necrotic bits. Huh. Well, we got what we needed. Ultimately. Looting. Plenty of ore, too. Well, I guess it's not ore if it's already been refined, right? This is just material at that point. Raw pork chops. What can we use this for? A variety of foods, honestly. Nothing too useful to us, though. So we need a chopping board, just to add in a little bit more. Sorry, cutting board. Same thing. That'll allow us to tap into the bacon a little bit better. Yeah, barbecue, exactly. Hellish barbecue. A go board. Huh. Cute. Doesn't seem cuttable, you say. You don't say! Not a bad food item, gotta admit. Notice board. Drink boards. Egg. Cooked bacon. So we need some source of light as well. At least something that's really powerfully light. I'm thinking like glowstone, I'm thinking the sun, I'm thinking torches, maybe lava. Something along those lines. I do want to make those beer kegs at some point, though. I don't know, it could be useful. God, that looks so much more simple. Just because it has less shenanigans to go through. Right, I need to upgrade the Certus Quartz generator. So that consistently provides us with a steady supply. Because what we can do... Right, it needs to go in here. Let's take a mechanical crafter and craft some stuff. I'm thinking... What we can do is we can move that, and then run a line behind it, which will craft up the spare quartz into new shards. That way, we can always make sure that we have a steady supply. It seems like a good plan to me. So I think that's what we're going to focus on, at least for now. Refining a little bit, upgrading a little bit, making it a little more functional. Doing that sort of thing. At least for a little bit. This is gonna take a little bit of, doing, but... I think we honestly only really need a bronze tunnel, because then we can do a, round-robin technique. Right? I think that's right. I don't know for sure, though. Trying to think of a good way to do this. Because we got the brass tunnel now. And that's going to be vital for our progress, I'm sure. Brass tunnel. Brass funnel. How are we gonna do this? Okay, so we can definitely pull that off. That is an interesting shoot shape. So we're looking at it like this. Really? Okay. Well, I guess we need to build the floor first. Crude horizontals, because they honestly look pretty decent as factory floor. Oh, I'm definitely gonna have to find some way to get us down the levels in this place. A little cramped. Welcome to Factory Hell. Okay. So, we need to find some way for this device to pick up that, hey, alert, there's a Certus Quartz crystal here. And we're going to have to find some way to toggle on and off every single time it picks up on it. Or alternatively, we're going to have to find a brass tunnel. Brass tunnel setting that works for us. There's the... Split. Split won't work because they're always put out at one crystal per. That won't work. Round robin keeps stacks whole and cycles through outputs iteratively. I think that's our best bet right there. I really do. Because that way it'll go, okay, you're pure, send it here, 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 you're pure, you get what I say. You're pure. The thing I'm worried about is if it doesn't. Thankfully, we only need 2, so it's not a huge gamble. You're pure. Hmm. How do I take cover? Oh, it adds in the... Oh, okay, that's cute. I like that. Hmm. We really need more space, don't we? Mm-hmm. If we could send it over here, we'd have some more space to work with, but we don't really have a way to do that. There we go. They put one here and one here. We need a pure source quartz, so we're gonna have to make one. The best way to do that would be to... Alright. Alright, what about over here? Can we place it this way? No, not really. There we go. There we go. That should throw it, theoretically, onto the belt. Because this is always going to be empty, that should be fine. I hope. I really hope. Alright, now we just need the belts, and we need to make the belts move somehow. God damn it. I've really worked myself into a corner there, haven't I? Alright. Throw this together. This together. It should theoretically work. Theoretically. Going like this so we can... Okay, I see one way to do this. You go like this, you go like this. Just a little bit into a corner. Let's see if it'll actually launch things the way I want it to. Yes, actually. That works perfectly. When multiple outputs available, split. Or split. Round robin. There we go. Round robin. We need a way to get this to spin, so if we go like this... Not the right direction. You are going the right direction, but you're only going to really help with this. Oh, no, that could work with both. So in this case, we're going to want a chain drive. That can be done. Or belts. Nah, chain drive. We've used enough belts. We've used enough belts. We don't need, like, nothing but belts. Chain drives are similar to belts, but they're completely encased, and they can also be modified to allow you to ramp up the speeds of various inputs. Much easier. Chain drive requires a casing, so there we go. Yeah, this mod pack is kind of like a puzzle game. It's a little frustrating in some ways, but it's still pretty nice to have. A little wonky, but after some practice, you get it down. Alright, chain drives. This should do it. I've never actually seen a chain drive in real life. I wonder what they're like. Yep. A gear shift should also work well here, because now that it's going like this... Yeah, that'll work. You go in here. We're gonna need another casing, because of course we do. Always need more casings. Always with the casings. A gearbox will make this work just fine. Hopefully let it hum along at just the right speed. In the right direction, for that matter. Jesus Christ. Look at how absolutely cramped that area is. Jeez. Have to climb over everything like it's some sort of weird back alley pawn shop. God damn. Okay, now we just need to have the pure quartz crystals go through this. That way we can filter them, that way we can know exactly where they are going. In order to make that happen, we're going to need to set up our crafter a little early so we can actually break down our crystals as needed. Automated assembly. I want to go over there. That way it'll shatter as needed. I'm going to need another gearbox. Go figure. Oh, actually, I need 2 of them. Oh, that can be arranged. So many freaking gearboxes. By this point, we might as well just automatically put them together with even less materials, because, I mean, we're so good at it by now. We've done it so many times. I really need to start automating the production of gears of both types. I don't make a lot of use of the large gears, but still, even having them in easy supply would be nice. I mean that I can manually manually gear shift things pretty easily. Yeah, that'll do it. Oh, it could have been a worse death. Could have died by my own machines. Where am I going? Up here. Right, we're tucking it in here. Rather awkwardly. But we are. Couple vertical gearboxes just to get it up to the right point. And there we go. It's spinning. That's all we need to do. Let's see how well this works. And we are going to have to manually correct it a little bit, but for the most part. Or do we even need to manually correct it? I guess we... Do we? I'm going to check that, actually. I'm going to check that assumption. All we need is one of these to start the process. Throw you down. Oh, you don't actually get eaten up by it. Okay. We're gonna need a funnel then to make sure that it swallows it, I guess. I don't know how to put it. Accepts it, that's a better way of putting it. I don't know why I went straight to swallow. Right, so kinetic mechanisms in order to build the andesite funnels, because the andesite funnels only need to be there to accept it, welcome it in, all that good stuff. should be good to go. Right, I need to actually break it down too, so there's that. I do like the brass stuff, it's very nice. Very effective. There we go. Starts cracking it. Okay then. Aren't you helpful? Eat the crystals. I don't actually want it going round robin right now. Doesn't seem to be round robining much at the moment. Well, there goes that. Alright, take two. Well, at least we can make sure that the, Crystal Crusher, I guess. I don't know what to call it. The, Crystal Seed Maker. There we go. Properly does its job. That's an important thing. If this does actually make it so that they grow up in stacks, then I do want them to split. Ideally. No, wait, because they go back through here every single time. No, it doesn't work. A little annoyed by this, but okay. We'll work with it. We'll work with it. This'll do. The frustrations. There we go. You work like that. You spin this. That will work, theoretically. We're gonna have to put a wall there to protect it from launching things. Right, I need that wall. We can put a backboard here. Some sort of, like, target or something. Encase smooth. Encase large, encase planks. Paneling will do. It just needs to be there. That's the only thing that matters. Does it exist to block the path? Yes? Cool. Alright, you're gonna split up. Yeah, there we go. As soon as it hits it, it splits. It hits it, it splits it. One more round and they should be ready to go. Ugh. There we go. Oh, they're kind of separate, huh? Intriguing. You are set to round robin. Doesn't look like a round robined. Distributing one andesite alloy. Okay, Okay. Gotta admit, a little annoyed. But okay. Do this. Okay. How do we make this work? Because if I could get it to output this way as well, then I can have it so that it has another passageway that it doesn't care about where it goes. It does have a path this way, right? Yeah, it does. Okay. Cool. 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 Neat. Something like this could work. It thickens the thing out a bit, and I don't like that, but it's something we have to do anyway. Wrong way. If I could get it to be even, that would help immensely. So if we were to do this, and I could put a couple of cogs and connect it to here, allowing us to switch the direction, I think. Gotta admit, my brain's a little fried at the moment, so I apologize if I go quiet. It's operating on all cylinders up here. So if we go like this... Yeah, that works. Actually works really well. Alternatively... straight across. Andesite, not andesite, mechanical belt. Goes the right way, cool. This allows me to then take this. Oh, Jesus. I need this scooted over a bit. I hate it, but I do. Primarily because I need this belt over. It's not in the right spot. All the way over here. There we go. You're excessive, so we don't need that there. We need it here. Adjust so it works. Troubleshooting! My favorite thing to do. Now it doesn't work. So I can't get it... Unless... does toss it a bit. Because I need some way to get it over here so I can do the split and generate a bit of, you know, Certus quartz. Let's take that andesite alloy, because we're not going to need it for a while. I'm going to operate with the assumption that this will work. It's janky, but it could. not up there. There we go. Something like that. Okay, we need to drive this belt, though. Somehow. Is there a way through here? Not really. Needs to go this way, so that would be the wrong way. But another gear... No, sorry, another chain drive could work there if we aligned it properly, because we can spin it so it changes horizontal to vertical. God damn it. A little bit of a difference, but it could work. Wrong way. Very wrong way. Only I could reverse direction. What if something else was driving the belt? What if you were driving the belt, but you reversed the direction? It could work. Could work. Could work. God, I hope this works. Okay, that is spinning the right way. Thankfully. Yeah, no, that's not gonna work. Okay. I don't really know how to make this one spin, unfortunately, but I'm gonna try something a little weird. I'm hoping it works. I don't know if it will. Frustration. It builds. Well. Stuff happens. It's expected. That is the incorrect way. Interesting. So if we were to build it like... this. We took this. Cool, we'll take a tulip, sure. And we added some cogs to it. Some real cog champs. Theoretically, that would spin the right way. Okay, let's test this sucker out. Oh god, right, we still have the other part that we need to focus on. Oh, Jesus. We're coming in from here. We're gonna keep off of that one for now because we can't actually use it. Oh god, right, this isn't running right now. Gearbox? Gearbox? That could work. Is the answer Gearbox? I don't know. A little bit of struggling just to get this thing running. Because I want to make it self-sufficient, so we don't have to touch it ever. The less we touch it, the better. At least in my opinion. Put that there. Especially since we can later use it to leech off extra Certus quartzes. Or at least we can copy and refine the design a bit more to generate additional quartzes for printed circuits. Oh, that reversed for a second. Huh. Interesting. Still reversed? No, it's not reversed. Okay, good. I don't want it to be reversed. If it's reversed, that's bad. Answer is not gearboxes. What could it be? The answer is more gearboxes. Yeah. Gearboxes and belts. Is the answer more gearboxes then? And a little bit more rubber. If it works, it works. Alright. This should theoretically run. Barely, but run. Make this vertical. Throw it there. Place a shaft on top. Belt it together. No, it doesn't. God damn it. Cogs and gearboxes? This is some real scuffed creations. That is a scuffed design. God damn. Well, I mean, it works. And that's what matters. More make and break. Exactly. Supremely cursed designs. I could build a little tunnel leading down here. Ladders for now, so we can get down here in the first place. Jesus Christ. Yeah, I thought you'd land down there. There we go. Now it grinds. Okay. First step, good. It captured it. It moved it. It landed. That's good. It'll pass around. It won't get picked up by the drawer because it's not in the filter. It'll pass through onto this belt. Pass through onto that belt. Here it'll get split. Truly scuffed shenanigans. Wait, no, that doesn't work, because I can't have it there. Oh, god damn it. Hold on. I forgot I needed a belt here. Oh, that does work, though. Pretty well, too. And the reason why I need this belt here is because that'll allow me to separate out the non-complete ones. And that is it. Damn it. Okay, that doesn't work then. It's turning like this. We go up here, then that'll turn it to this. Now if we change it back, it'll be the other way around. So we can't use that. Can we? We'll need yet another gearbox, but it can be attempted. Yeah, let's try it. Why not? There's nothing wrong with failure. At least, In this case. In this use case, yes. There's nothing wrong with failure. Oh, this is scuffed. Oh, God. This wounds my soul, but you know what? It works. Okay. I need to get it up there. Gearbox. It may be fast. It may be furious, but it will theoretically work. Yeah, that works. Well, I mean, if it works. Jesus Christ. Zoom, zoom, zoom. Jeez. It's got some issues over there. Make sure this works. Okay, it does hop the divide. If I were to add a case, no, it wouldn't work that way. Zoom! The divide is accessible. Brass tunnel, we're coming in from here. One can go here. One can go... Really? That doesn't access... Okay. I'd like this to shunt over here, thank you. Well... Let's see if it works at least. One of them's gonna go that way. Really? They both went that way. Is it being overzealous? That might be what it is. If it's being overzealous, I don't know what to do about that. I guess I could shift it so that... How could we pull this off? We could try shifting the melter downwards. No, that wouldn't quite work. This is some scuffed design. Okay, Okay, so we need the box here. For some ungodly reason, this has to be here. Otherwise, this andesite funnel is going to be way too zealous, and it's just going to eat everything that comes by. Now, the how of that is going to be a little bit awkward. But it's good to know this is utterly irrelevant and useless. If I... Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Unfortunately, I don't know at the moment, so I'm gonna call it a night. At least, for now. I'll continue working on this in the background, so don't worry about it. It'll probably be done by the next time. But I gotta go. I gotta go eat, I gotta go sleep, I gotta go drink, I gotta do all those human things, so... if you happen to be on YouTube, thank you very much for watching. I hope you enjoyed, and I hope you join us some other time. Goodbye, YouTube.